I invite Dr. Sumindral ma'am for a brief introduction of our second plenary session speaker, Professor Jayante Mateji. The mic is over to Dr. Sumindral ma'am.
A very good morning to this respected James Matheson, Professor Balia from Jammu University, colleagues, other respected dignitaries, participants, and audience. It's a pleasure that I have been given the opportunity to introduce a very well-known, distinguished personality in the field of education, Professor James Matheson, who is from the Department of Education, University of Kalyani, Nadia, West Bengal. Professor Matheson has 33 years long experience of teaching, and in this entire duration, countless students have been taken guidance from him, and placed on very high reputed post in the society, and he has contributed so much in the upliftment of society and in the upliftment of the, not only West Bengal, rather to other areas of India also. His field of specialization are educational sociology, tribal education, environmental education, population and research methodology. And dear participants, he is a wonderful researcher, and he has attended 70 seminars, workshops, as not as a participant, rather as a resource person, and he has published 140 research papers in different reputed journals. His articles or chapters were also published in different books, and the number is 176, a very good number. In seminar proceedings, 20 papers were published. He has awarded his students, has done PhD, and 45 students have been awarded PhD till date. MPhil students or MPhil dissertations awarded to his credit are 40, and MA, MSc, and MA dissertations are 150 students have been awarded. And he has either published as a single author or as an editor, and the number is 85. Very high number. And he is chief editor of 3 journals, and one of the journal is UCC approved journal, and that is Journal of Education and Development. Second journal is, and third journal is Journal of Education Thought. He has been member of different board of studies, different universities of Bengal, Birsha University, Purulia, West Bengal, Rabindra Bharati University, Calcutta, Bardwan University, West Bengal, Gobanga University, Malda, Danga Hindu College, Gobodanga, Kati, huge achievement.
Thank you, ma'am. It is a matter of honor to invite Professor Jayant Mate, a professor in education, University of Kalyani, Noida, West Bengal, to speak on growth and development of teacher education after independence in India. Mic is over to Jayant Mate. Now I invite Dr. Jayant Mate ji.
Oh yes, sorry. It is not open. So sound. Okay. Am I audible? Now, madam, I am audible. Morning, everyone. So last day there was a international seminar on online mode journey of teacher education from Vedic era to NEP 2020. This is a unique topic in this field, in this regarding situation. So many webinars are already gone. Only on NEP 2020 with reference to NEP 2020, not in Vedic era. So it is a unique topic from Vedic era to NEP 2020. And there are so many sub-themes. Almost 18 substances are there. Almost 18 substances are there in service to curriculum of teacher education, open educational resources, integration of ICT, content knowledge and teaching, learning resources, preparation of teacher in service. So many 18 sub-themes are covered under this speaker last day. Speaker covered this topic. So I am going to talk about the after independence. What is the happen after independence? Historical development of teacher education up to NEP 2020. So in ancient period there is no teacher education institution. Only there is a place of society where prominent society there's only some peoples are getting advantage. So in Vedic period, the education determined by the birth, the whole society was divided into 4 parts. In the situation, caste system, Varno, that is Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Shudra. Only Brahman, Kshatriya and Vaishya are getting advantage. They are getting so many opportunities regarding education, and Shudra are deprived from this education. So Professor R.P. Singh, he rightly written in a book that one thing is, however, evident from there were certain Brahmin families where teaching was hereditary system only confined to these families. Education was confined only these families, and there was no evidence. There was no teacher training institution. So in Vedic period, caste system was prevailed in some people are getting advantage of education. Where education was largely religious and Brahmin were responsible for this education system. This period was known as Brahmanic age or Upanishad age. After this period, Brahmanic period, now shifted to Buddhist education system. So according to Buddha, this system was known as Buddhist education system. Their lives are only full of purity, nobleness, beautifulness, and humanity. They follow 4 noble truths, only 4 nobles. Number 1, all life knows suffering. Number 2, the causes of suffering is ignorance. Third, there is a way to end suffering. And last, not least, fourth is this is the way to end. Only motto of the Buddhist education system. Then came to the Muslim education system, Muslim education period. So Muhammad Ghori initiated this education system. Muhammad Ghori was the only given leadership regarding education system. So in northern India, Muhammad Ghori trained 4 of his disciplines, looked the responsibility of the propagation of Islam, Islam religious, they propaganda Islam religious, only religious system. The aim of education to produce religious men and to bring out the latent faculties of the students, to discipline the forces of the intellectual essential for their moral and material development. So in the like ancient India also present no example of formal college for teacher training institution. But there are some learning resources, there are some libraries. So this the document, Professor Theory, S. Theory, he has written in a book, there is a library, the Imperial Library of Bijapur, a small amount of which still exists in Ansari Mahal, had a rich collection of books. So many books are found in these libraries. So this is the scholars Arabic and Persian literature. In this regard, after Muhammad Ghari, teachers to earn renown. Also several books reputed or written during the Akbar's time. So according to Krishnalal Rai, 1984, the Imperial Library of Akbar and its successor follow richly with the books of history, philosophy, science and religions. Any scholar can use these libraries. So there is a monetary system. So this is the educational system in Mughal period or Muslim period. Before the pre-British period, India, there was a 4 method of education. So this is the instruction given by the Brahmin to the discipline, the toes and Sanskrit. So many toes are there. In West Bengal, there are some toes in Navadvip. So this is the Sanskrit learning center. This is the Sanskrit center of rich education system in some places of West Bengal. Still now they are prevailing in these areas. Some remote areas, some in villages, these toes are situated. So these are the main things in the from Vedic period to Muslim period. Till this period, there is no education system exists. The teacher had the clear idea of their role and responsibility of the method to be pursued in the teaching. So this is some views of during these 3 periods, Vedic period or Buddhist. After period, so there is so many programs, education, teacher education system developed. In the 1932, the East India Company process educational system, that they introduced some education institution in India. The first normal school was started in the management with the help of the British government in Madras, 1826. So this is the first normal school in Madras. Then 1847. So Calcutta, there is a normal school started 1849. That is after 49, in 34, Macaulay Minutes, next Wood Dispatch, the first milestone of Indian education. So this is the first in India, suggested the various ways and means of development of Indian education system, how to develop, how to introduce. So next time, so we found that there is 3 universities in India. Establishment of 3 oldest university in India, that is the Calcutta University, Bombay University and then Madras University. So out of 3 universities, 2 universities convert their name into, they have changed their name. Bombay University converted into the Mumbai University and Madras University converted their name into Mumbai University. So this is the first Indian education system. They introduced the 3 Indian universities in India. Next, 1882, considered the second milestone in Indian education system. They suggested the field of education and various stages, objectives of Indian education. What is the objectives? To reorganize and strengthen the education. Almost all aspects they have covered, and the commission laid emphasis on the establishment of a number of normal schools. In secondary, this is the first point, the secondary teacher training throughout the country. Our topic is teacher education. That means the historical development of teacher education from Vedic to NEP 2020. So this is the first try to establish the teacher training institution in India, 1892. Then we came to the next 1889. Lord Curzon was appointed as the Governor General of India. Then he produced some principles were laid down to improve the teacher training in India. That means some proposals, some suggestions, some recommendations he has given. What are the recommendations? Number one, men of ability and existence should be established to provide adequate staff or well-trained number of education service. Second, importance to be given to the equipment of training colleges for secondary teachers. So still now we are lacking of equipment, infrastructure. So many problems are there in teachers training institutions. So that was the emphasis on views to be given equipment for training colleges. It was felt of practicing school to be attached to each colleges to correlate theory with practice of teaching. So in 1964 already this emphasis on, so practicing school to laboratory school should be attached to all the educational training teacher institution. But this is till now it is not happening. Next, fourth, there should be 1-year course leading to university degree or diploma for graduates. These courses should include both theoretical background along with the practical basis. So next, fifth item was training college should be linked with the school. So the method learned in the colleges when he or she accepts teaching as a profession. So already 1889, they have emphasized on profession, teaching profession. But still now, we are lacking behind. It is not a profession. So still now, it is not included in profession. So this is the main theme of 1889. Curzon proposed these items. Next, in 1917, that is called Calcutta University Commission, also known as Sadler Commission. He suggested that training program should not be a classroom teacher, but also good administrator. So teacher should be a good administrator. She is a good teacher, and that should be emphasized on administrator. Next, 1929, extended a work initiated by Sadler Commission gave the valuable recommendations, suggested conference and refresher course for those teachers who are already in service. Or that means in-service training they are required for refresher course, orientation course, workshop, etc. recommended for teachers. So these are the main recommendation of 1929, that is called Hartog Committee. Next, 1937, there is a remarkable achievement of Indian educator, philosopher, that means Gandhi. World Education Conference and advocate a new system education popularly known as basic education. So this is on the basis of this education started by Mahatma Gandhi, leading to training teachers for basic school. In 1939, a basic training college was set up in Allahabad and Vidya Mandir Training School in Wardha in 1939. So Gandhiji made a education policy, propound education, so it should be correlation of teaching, craft oriented. So we know, everybody know what is the basic education, what is the origin of basic education. Now it is, till now it has so many relevant to the Indian education system. So we can modify it and we can implement his education system in a new form, in new technology. In 1937, valuable suggestions came from the Wood Abbott report. So they have normal schools should concern itself with the social way of education as well as technical, how to teach. So it is further suggested that refresher course, they also suggested refresher course should be introduced for in-service teachers, etc., etc. In 1941, there was a so they have set up a training colleges for graduates. Next year, 1944, the Surgeon report also laid emphasis on teacher training programs, teacher training education. It also states on refresher course for the in-service teachers. So there is all committees proposed for in-service teacher education development. They have proposed orientation course, they have proposed refresher course, proposed workshop, etc. for the development of teacher. For the development of secondary education. So these are the period that is before independence. After independence, what we got? After independence, we got 1948 to 49. So first, after independence, we received headed by Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan. So this is the first Indian commission. She critically emphasized on existing courses in the teacher training program and suggested that the courses must be flexible, adaptable to local circumstances. In this context, the commission recommended that the courses should be available, suitable school to be used for practical training of teachers. So already discussed in the already proposed before independence, so many committees, commission proposed that there should be experimental schools with the training colleges, attached with the training colleges. So these are the main recommendation by the Radhakrishnan Commission. The Central Institute of Education was established in Delhi in 1948. And the Government Training College at Allahabad was developed into the Central Pedagogical Institute for serving this purpose, In the 1950, the first conference of training colleges in India was held at Baroda. That means that now it is known as Bhadodara. So in Baroda, they have discussed different programs, function of teacher training colleges. It was under the commission that teacher training become converted into training is a narrow sense. So they use all teacher education. That is, so the training was from shifted to paradigm shift, from training to education. Is there any professional organization for teacher training institution or teacher training professional organization? Yes, there is an organization. On 25th November 1950, there is an organization developed, Indian Association of Teacher Educators, that is called IATE, the oldest and leading professional body of the teacher education in India. This is the first professional organization in India, which was established by at MS University Baroda and formed due to the initiative. Who are the eminent person? They are the Professor Mehta, Professor S.N. Mukherjee. They are the leader of this organization. Then, so IIT has been playing a significant role in providing platform to teacher education, teacher educator of India and neighboring countries for meaningful deliberation on various issues related to teacher education system. So it has made the venture influencing policy decision in shaping teacher education program in the country. The objective of this association was develop and promote teacher education, to conduct a workshop, to conduct seminar, conference, etc., on teacher education and related issues and areas, and to publish journals, monographs, and other cooperative with the organization working in the area of teacher education. Though this organization is going to organize a seminar on this month, 26, 27, 27 at Patna, near Patna. They are going to organize a seminar, 3 days, national annual seminar So they are going to organize. Next we come to the after independence. After this commission, we received a Secondary Education Commission 1952. However, it is known as Mudaliar Commission. He was the leader, he was the chairperson of this commission. So Mudaliar Commission suggested reformation of secondary education and recommended during 1 year training program, or that means B.Ed, that was 1 year, should be trained in both the teaching at least 2 subjects. Now NCT converted into 1 subject. We are taking 1 method. We are introducing 1 method, but they have proposed 2 methods for secondary school teacher who will be the teach in school education. So in this organization, they have so many suggestions they have proposed, but include such as construction, administration of scholastic test, organization of supervised study and student societies. So this is the second, after the second commission. Next we come to the in 1961, that is called NCERT, National Council for Educational Research and Training. In 1961, it was a milestone of history in school education. Preferably, they have 4 apex bodies. One is in Ajmer, another Bhubaneswar, Mysore, and Bhopal. So recently, another institution was running in Shillong. So in Shillong, that means 5 apex bodies are running different courses, B.Ed courses, M.Ed courses, and so many workshops and training they are conducted. This college definitely provide specially designed secondary level and recommend elementary and secondary teacher education curriculum, reorganization of student teaching, student and courses, continuing education, and to provide scheme of national award to school teacher and teacher educators. So this is the main apex body of NCERT. They propose, they help government to provide suggestion, different educational issues, secondary education, research, orientation course, refresher course, etc., etc. Then we come to the 1964. There is a commission, chairmanship by the D.S. Kothari, Indian Education, as we know that Indian Education Commission. That means summer courses, part-time courses, correspondence courses as effective possibilities to increase educational renovation or innovation. They recommend a better pay scale. They have think about the teachers community for their pay scales, their stimulative condition and sound program professional education of teachers. On the whole, it was first comprehensive and meaningful report of the education in general and teacher education in particular. So our topic is teacher education from Vedic to NEP 2020. So this is the main, they have comprehensive report proposed, the correspondence that is suitable especially for teacher of secondary education, at clearing the backlog. So many now we have no India, there is no backlog, without B.Ed, there is no appointment in school. So there is no backlog. In that period, there was so many backlogs, so many teachers. So without B.Ed, they engage in school education, they teach in school. So this is stopped. This practice was stopped. Next we come to the 1968 National Policy on Education. So they under the chairmanship Sri Ganga Shastri Sinha, and they suggested some points, they proposed some points, recommended some issues. One is the salary of the and other service condition of teachers should be adequate and satisfactory above. So they raised the voice in favor of teachers for their salaries, for their service condition, etc., etc. Next, academic freedom of the teachers to pursue and publish independent studies and research and to speak and write about significant national, international issues should be protected. So next, third proposed was teacher education, particularly in-service teacher education, should receive due emphasis. So these are the proposed by National Education Policy in 1968. In 1971, there was the first Asian Conference on Teacher Education, jointly organized by Association of Teacher Educators and International Council of Education for Teaching in Bangalore. The conference recommended that programs of school education and teacher education in each country should be modified to meet the new challenges. In 1971, the teacher education program, the teacher education department in NCERT, they have launched so many plans, so many programs, comprehensive programs for teacher training under the Intensive Teacher Education Program, ITEP, to work cooperatively with the training colleges to bring and desirable changes and improvement in teacher education. So this is the recommendation of that conference jointly organized by this conference. So next we come to the 1973. What is the 1973? There is a commission, there is a body named National Council for Teacher Education, which is non-statutory. That was not statutory body. So National Council for Teacher Education in 1973, they have proposed some guidelines in respect of content and methodology of teacher standard in teacher education. The establishment institute was milestone in the history of Indian teacher education. It is concerned with the teacher education in the country, and they have proposed regarding classroom. What is the proposal? Number one, to improve the administration and teacher system in India. Number two, to make the curricula relevant the needs of children, the needs of the society, and needs of the country. Number three, to improve the evaluation procedure and introduce grading and semester system. What is the proposal? 1973, they proposed semester system. Now we introduce recently, last 3 years or 5 years, we are introducing this semesterization process in all fields, undergraduate to postgraduate. Next item, fourth item, what is the proposal? To enrich the methodology by self-learning, problem solving, and practical work. Fifth item, to prepare stage-wise objectives of teacher working with the community. We are not attached with the community. We are always away from the community. Our education system always not associated with the school education. All the teacher education institutions are away from the school education. They have no good relation with the schools, all the surrounding schools where the teacher education institutions are situated. So next we come to the another point. In 1983, under the chairmanship of D.P. Chattopadhyay, National Commission on Teacher. So Chattopadhyay Commission recommends suggestions for teacher education. They have proposed, what is the proposal? A 4-year training course after senior secondary leading to graduation and training was recommended. So we are recommending now NEP 2020 4-year course by Chattopadhyay Commission. So say they have already proposed, but we are try to introduce next year, but this year we are going to introduce 4-year integrated course, which was told in the NEP 2020. Next item, to enlarge and improve the physical facilities of 4-year integrated colleges. Third item, to extend 1-year B.Ed course by 2 summer months, ensuring an academic session of 220 days with longer working hours. So, fourth proposal, to select teacher based on some factors like good physics, linguistic ability, communication skill, general awareness of the world, a positive outlook in the life and capacity of good human relation. So this is the proposal of Chattopadhyay Commission. in 1983. So next, after 83, we receive a big commission that on teacher education, that is 86. So there is a concern over the diminishing of status of teachers, which adversely affected of the quality of teacher education. Many of the ills of the education system were discussed in this policy. The policy strongly recommended that introduction of reform in the selection of teachers in the planning and management in education, improvement in the living of the working condition of the teachers, and also highlighted the need for the creation of opportunity atmosphere to promote autonomy. So we are now proposed in NEP 2020 that should be maybe introduce autonomy in colleges. So an improvement quality of secondary teacher education. So 86 headed by the Rajiv Gandhi. So national education policy. Next, that related to that policy 86, it is the continuation of 86. That is in 1990, Acharya Rammurthy committee was appointed by the government of India to review the national education policy. 1986, the committee suggested that the teacher education system is overloaded. They suggested that the selection of the trainee should be regulated through standing aptitude, attainment tests, and not only merely on university grade, not only marks, not only mark sheet, not only marks. So they proposed that the attainment of their attitude, aptitude, all should be measured, all should be tested. So this is not only on the corresponding course who are violating the quality of teacher education. In terms of several programs, institution, personnel, knowledge base, and it is increase in the number of institutions was also responsible for violating the quality of teacher education. So now we are violating what are the violations? We everybody know there are so many violations in NEP 2020. They have proposed, headed by Kosturi, they have written that these teacher institutional, educational institutional, rampant corruption. This term was used in the national education policy. That means there is so many problems, so many difficulties of this educational institution. That should be stopped. But there was any mechanism. Still now, we have received, now they have not launched public domain. The full document was not placed in public domain. So what will be happening, what will be next time, we will see after this next year, they will propose their total literature, total guidelines should be placed in the public domain. Next, in 1993, Yasal Committee noted that inadequate program of teacher preparation for teacher education institutions, inadequate quality of learning in schools. He observed that some major problems in schools, such as students are made to study. They have proposed average weight of the school bag in public school, primary school is more than weight, 4 to 5 kilos weight. Children are forced to write, forced to read right from the beginning, homework and join tuition and different types of coaching classes. So this is the burden. Justice Committee recommend to reduce this burden. So they have made a curriculum, they have made a textbook material, are not relevant to the life situation, not relevant to the student favor. So curriculum and textbook material are not related to the real life situations of the student. So B.Ed program should offer the possibility of specialization, secondary or elementary, primary education. The duration of the program should either be 1 year, 4 years after higher secondary, after 12th grade. The content of the program should be restructured to ensure it's relevant to the changing need of the school education. They emphasize on the program should be enable the trainees acquire ability to self-learning, independent thinking, independent creativity. So these are the proposal of USPAL Committee in 1993. In 1993, there is a remarkable day. Why? In 1993, the National Council of Teacher Education was given statutory status by the Parliament Act, and it curriculum framework for quality teacher education in 1999. In 1973, that was not statutory. There was a National Council of Teacher Education, but 1993 there is a remarkable point. There is a no guideline. There is no statutory body after 1993.
Conclude now.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So these are the most problem. So this is the teacher education journey from Vedic age to NEP 2020. Okay. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much. You have spoken very comprehensive and detailed regarding our. You have touched some aspects of teaching education, how it has started wish before independence, and you have detailedly explained us after independence the development of teacher education and communities has recommended recommendations like teacher education. Your talk was really wonderful, sir. And because we are shortage of time, so we have to ask you very short to conclude. We don't you could say at least maybe 1 hour today, but we have shortage of time. That's why we are now inviting our next speaker, and our next speaker is Professor J. M. Balia. He is from Department of Education Studies, Central University of Jammu, Jammu and Kashmir, and Dr. Balia has a vast experience of teaching and administration in teacher education institutes as teacher educator. For last 31 years, he presently working at Department of Education Studies, Central University of Jammu. Dr. Balia is also the program coordinator of TMNT, MHRD, and having doctorate and along with post-graduation in education presidential during his service. He is also involved in research work in the field of education technology, curriculum development, and pedagogical practices, and written various research papers, articles in the relevant field in the reputable journals at national and international level. Dr. has also attended various conferences, seminars, workshops at international and national level and presented the papers related to the issues of discipline of education. He has authored 6 books on various education issues, as the teaching of mathematics, micro curriculum development, education, and different professional bodies. As a life member in the executive boards and member of editorial board in 5 other journals and international level. So, topic of Balia sir is transforming the teacher education to integrate multidisciplinary approaches, a realistic roadmap of NEP 2020. Welcome, sir. Please start your talk.
There is too much of a disturbance in the voice. Please, I request, please check the voice. Is it clear now from my side? There was too much of echo. Hello.
Sir, you are audible.
Okay, fine. First of all, let me convey my regards to Honorable Vice Chancellor of this university and from Bharati Shikshan Mandal and all the organizing team members, to Madam Dalal, for giving this opportunity to share my
Sir, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, I think is it audible now? Yeah, thank you. तो सबसे पहले सबको नमस्कार और आप सबको आप
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार मैडम। So I have taken up the topic because I thought the teacher education, which is now a very prime issue in whole policy and also for the development of the country. So if we go through this policy, the very core component of this policy is multidisciplinarity in education. ये बहुत बड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट इशू है और हम सब जानते हैं कि इस वक्त इसके ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा काम चल रहा है at school level, at higher education level, in professional education, how to integrate multidisciplinarity. I will not go in detail about the things like what is the difference between multidisciplinarity or interdisciplinary approach and then transdisciplinary approach. I think most of the people do understand. लेकिन ये जो मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच की बात आ रही है तो हमारे सिस्टम में इंटीग्रेट करने के लिए जरूरी है So in that context, what should be the teacher education program? What should be the teacher education program to integrate this multidisciplinary approach? The presentation share करना चाहूँगा और I hope that will serve the purpose. Madam, I request you to please check slides आ गई, अपलोड हो गई, शेयर हो गई. Hello.
Continue, sir. नहीं, screen share not visible, sir. Yes, visible, sir. Sir, now is visible.
अब विजिबल है. So the topic is trans- transforming teacher education to disturbance voice. I think somebody has his or her mic twisted. So first of all, I think we all understand that we are talking about education system, and we understand the policy document is basically talking about giving the best opportunities to the students in terms of access, in terms of equity, and in terms of quality. These are three major aspects. I understand that all the participants, all the organizing team, we all understand this, the new, this policy, this National Education Policy 2020 is basically based on SDG goal number 4, that is Sustainable Development Goals, where we have said that we have to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030. And that's why we see in the policy this 2030 has been quoted many a times for most of the targets, for most of the implementation targets. Though we have started implementing the policy, gradual implementation, but this time for about 7, 8 years have been given to build up that climate of inclusive and equitable quality education. So these are two factors, friends, inclusive and equitable. And for that purpose, we are talking about multidisciplinarity in education system. Now, when we talk about multidisciplinary approach or multidisciplinarity in education, we are talking in terms of, that giving wider opportunities, giving wider opportunities to the learners, to everyone, to in terms of the disciplines, in terms of the subjects, in terms of the curriculum structures. We understand we are talking about 5+3+3+4 approach. We do understand the policy speaks about giving a different kind of UG and PG programs where we have 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, and even in PG courses also 1 year, 2 year. Whether at your university level you have adopted this policy of 1 year, 2 year, or 3 year, or 4 year in UG level and PG level. But integrating all these things, having providing opportunities to the students in terms of equity, in terms of quality, in terms of a kind of that inclusive opportunities to the students, so that he or she is free to go for any kind of integration of disciplines. स्कूल लेवल पर भी आपको पता होगा गवर्नमेंट कोशिश है कि स्टूडेंट्स को अपॉर्चुनिटीज दी जाए सब्जेक्ट चूज करने के लिए। वो जो हमारा एक बहुत वाटर टाइट कंपार्टमेंट्स रहा है सब्जेक्ट का, मेडिकल, नॉन मेडिकल, ह्यूमैनिटीज, आर्ट्स, या स्टूडेंट्स को सब्जेक्ट्स का ऑप्शन हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी में मोस्ट ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटीज हैव अडॉप्टेड चॉइस बेस्ड क्रेडिट सिस्टम, या स्कूल्स में सीबीएसई ने भी काफी लॉन्च किए हैं प्रोग्राम। और एनईपी 2020 में we understand too much of emphasis has been given on multidisciplinarity of curriculum. That means students are given opportunities, giving the opportunity to the students in terms of wider options, wider alternatives, not making him to concentrate. Now this is not so simple. That's what I like to share with everyone. मैडम मैं फिर से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा एक बार, बिकॉज मेरा सिर्फ इस टाइम पीपीटी मुझे अपना स्क्रीन पर नजर आ रहा है। आई लाइक टू जस्ट चेक माय वॉइस एंड वीडियो इज प्रॉपर। जस्ट वन पर्सन कैन से मैं इस टाइम
And your presentation is very visible to all of us. Please continue.
Presentation is not visible or visible?
It is visible, sir. Presentation is visible.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Actually, मेरे स्क्रीन पर इस वक्त सिर्फ अपना पीपीटी है, इसलिए मुझे विंडो की गूगल की नजर नहीं आ रही, इसलिए मैंने आपको थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू। तो मैं जो शेयर कर रहा था आप सबसे कि मल्टी डिस्पेरिटी की बात चल रही है, उसको इंटीग्रेट करने के लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट होगा कि एक तो करिकुलम स्ट्रक्चर हमारे चेंज हो, तो ये वो हो जाएगा। We'll have a very different kind of structure for which UGC is trying hard. Different curricular bodies are trying hard. NCERT is in the process of modifying new curriculum structure. NCF 2000, NCF नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क इसके लिए तैयार हो रहा है, और उसमें बहुत सारे इश्यूज के अलावा मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी की भी बात भी आ रही है। बट द कोर इशू फ्रेंड्स वुड बी द फील्ड ऑफ एजुकेशन। एनी इनोवेशन इन द फील्ड ऑफ एजुकेशन would only be successful if आप करिकुलम में चेंज कर लेंगे, पॉलिसीज में चेंज कर लेंगे, प्रैक्टिशनर्स को तैयार नहीं करेंगे, यानी टीचर्स को तैयार नहीं करेंगे, then that policy program will ultimately fail. That's what we all realize. It has happened in the past. So we need to think seriously, and you all understand that when we talk about teacher education, we have pre-service and we have in-service teacher education program. So I'm talking in terms of the both programs. यही आज मैं आपसे ब्रीफ में डिस्कस करूंगा कि कैसे उसमें चेंजेस लाने हैं, what are the different things which we have to consider. Now I'm just referring to you some of the policy initiatives before I actually come to the point. For higher education, this policy has specifically said that by 2040, all HEIs, all higher education institutes shall aim to become multidisciplinary. Now the question is, aren't we multidisciplinary institutions? क्या हम लोग multidisciplinary institutions नहीं है? यूनिवर्सिटीज और कॉलेजेस जहाँ पर ग्रेजुएशन में बहुत सारे सब्जेक्ट्स होते हैं, बीएससी होता है कॉलेजेस में, यूनिवर्सिटीज में ये भी होता है, बीकॉम भी होता है। तो किस तरह की मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी इंस्टीट्यूशंस की बात इस पॉलिसी में हो रही है, ये हमको समझना पड़ेगा। और उसके कॉन्टेक्स्ट में वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड इस पॉलिसी में जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात की गई है कि दैट बाय 2030 at least one large multidisciplinary higher education institute has to be there in every district of the country. Like in Jammu and Kashmir, we have 20 districts. That means every district should have a large multidisciplinary higher education institute or higher education university or higher education college, whatever we call it. Same with schools also. All schools have to actually adopt this multidisciplinary. लेकिन मैं बार बार जिस चीज की एम्फेसिस दे रहा हूँ फ्रेंड्स कि ये पॉसिबल तब तक नहीं होगा जो आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का बेसिक थीम है, दैट इज टीचर एजुकेशन। और ये बात यहाँ आप सबको एहसास है, आप सब समझते हैं कि जो मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरिटी की बात आती है, मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरिटी इन टर्म्स ऑफ टीचर एजुकेशन पर हम अभी आएंगे बात में, लेकिन मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरिटी इन टोटल एजुकेशन, दिस हैड बीन अ प्रैक्टिस इन आवर सिस्टम since our ancient education system. अगर हम पुराने एजुकेशन सिस्टम को देखें, इवन बुद्धिस्ट पीरियड में भी आप सब जानते हैं जो स्कूल्स हुआ करते थे, जो मठ होते थे, वहाँ की ये पॉलिसी थी कि somebody has opened her mind.
Madam sir. Okay. मैं क्लास को हुआ सर को
सो वहाँ भी ये एक इशू था। उस वक्त भी हमारे एंशियंट टाइम में गुरुकुल्स में मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी एजुकेशन दी जाती, होलिस्टिक एजुकेशन दी जाती, लेकिन धीरे धीरे बहुत ज्यादा नैरो करते गए और स्टूडेंट्स को के ऑप्शंस, उनके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज, उनके लिए अल्टरनेटिव्स हम बहुत नैरो करते गए, स्पेसिफिक करते गए, एंड देन we how we are going back to this thing, and that's why we said that this policy is basically based on Indian knowledge system where we had been doing years together, and that's why the university like Nalanda, Takshila, Vikramshila, and all these universities have been very popular throughout the world because of their multidisciplinary character. ये यूनिवर्सिटीज इंस्टीट्यूशन जहाँ बाहर से लोग बहुत, हम सब जानते हैं, हम लोग हिस्ट्री में पढ़ते हैं, हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम में, that all these premier institutes at that time were so popular, all gurukuls were so popular. Why? Because these institutions were multidisciplinary, and the teachers were trained like that. इस पर हम मानना चाहते हैं आपसे। Now, another point which we have to understand is that in multidisciplinary character, what has been said in this policy, that we have to go for, even at the graduate level, जिसमें आपसे कर रहा हूँ, ग्रेजुएशन लेवल पर, मास्टर्स लेवल पर, डॉक्टरेट लेवल पर हमारी जो अप्रोच होगी वो मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी होगी, और स्कूल एजुकेशन पर too much of flexibility will be given to the students in terms of their engagement, in terms of their selection, in terms of their kind of specialization of the subject. लेकिन जब वो बात मैं आपसे कह रहा था कि, और उसमें एक और ऑप्शन आपसे जो मतलब सिंगल स्ट्रीम हायर एजुकेशन विल बी फेज ओवर टाइम, इस पॉलिसी में आपने पढ़ा होगा सबने, लिखा हुआ दैट स्टैंड अलोन इंस्टीट्यूशंस विल बी शट डाउन। स्टैंड अलोन मींस जो एक सिंगल डिसिप्लिन को ही कर रहे हैं, जो एक साइंस के इंस्टीट्यूट हो गए, तो बहुत धीरे धीरे ग्रेजुअली उनको फेज आउट करने की बात है इस पॉलिसी में। लेकिन मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी कैरेक्टर कैसे लाएंगे, चाहे वो उसमें बहुत हाई क्वालिटी हमको टीचर्स और फैसिलिटीज की जरूरत पड़ेगी, दैट्स व्हाट आई विल कम एट। सो point is that how do we come, because in that way it's not only that you change the curriculum, आप सिर्फ curriculum को change कर देंगे, आप syllabus को change कर देंगे, that will not suffice the purpose unless the pedagogical practices we have multidisciplinary pedagogical practice, multidisciplinary competencies we have to develop among students. That will be very important. Now, for that point, I am coming to the key point because मेरे पास टाइम वक्त बहुत कम रह गया है. So I am coming to the key issue. And point is in teacher. Multidisciplinarity in teacher education जब तक नहीं होगी, तब तक हम टीचर्स को तैयार नहीं कर पाएंगे. And I'm again repeating my friends, the delegates, that when I say teacher education, please don't consider I'm just talking about the B.Ed course or the courses which are being run by the colleges of education. I'm referring to in-service and pre-service teacher education, both. दोनों में modifications की, दोनों में reforms लाने की जरूरत है. चलिए हम इस पॉइंट पे देखे करके आते हैं. We understand first point in the policy को अगर हम कनेक्ट करते हैं मल्टीडिस्पिलिनरिटी के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, तो 5+3+3+4 की बात आई है. मैं उसके डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगा. आई अंडरस्टैंड ऑलमोस्ट 2 years हो चुके हैं इस पॉलिसी को, मोर देन दैट, एंड ऑलमोस्ट दैट हमारी इस पॉलिसी को अभी होने हैं 2 years, अभी मोर देन ईयर हो चुका है. सब लोग आज की डेट में जानते हैं 5+3+3+4. लेकिन इसके लिए हमको सेपरेट ग्रेडेड टीचर एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम की जरूरत है. सिंगल प्रिस्क्रिप्शन काम नहीं करेगा. और जैसा इस पॉलिसी में कहा हुआ है, एनसीटी में भी ट्राई हुआ है, हाउ कैन वी गो फॉर टीचर एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम विच आर लेवल स्पेसिफिक. वी कांट हैव वन टीचर ट्रेन फॉर ऑल डिफरेंट लेवल्स, because in at every level in which you have quality teachers, in every level we have to have the multidisciplinary approach of the teacher. अभी तक मल्टीडिस्पिलिनरी लेवल पर तो हो टीचर जो है वो सभी सब्जेक्ट्स पढ़ा लेता था, लेकिन फिर भी दिक्कतें बहुत आई है कि एक टीचर जो है सिर्फ मैथ का टीचर कहा जाता था. अब आज की डेट में मल्टीडिस्पिलिनरी क्या डिमांड करता है फ्रेंड्स, हम किसी भी कंटेंट को जब ट्रांजैक्ट करते हैं, हैंडओवर करते हैं स्टूडेंट को, बिकॉज़ दैट बेसिक टास्क ऑफ टीचर टू ट्रांजैक्ट दैट कंटेंट और द होल लर्निंग टू द स्टूडेंट. तो वहां पर उसकी अप्रोच जो होगी वो अपने बहुत ज्यादा नैरो नहीं होगी. तो उसके लिए मैंने आपसे कहा कि टीचर एजुकेशन के करिकुलम में टीचर एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम चेंजेस आने, एंड देयरफॉर द thing is that we need to have different, and that's what actually NCT is working for, different levels के teacher education programs design. Another point is the practical orientation of teachers. ये हम सब जानते हैं कि education curriculum में अभी भी हम theoretical बहुत do we talk about teaching practice होती है, लेकिन वो मैं उसको practical orientation है. It's not absolutely practical orientation. Just we ask the students or any teacher when he go to one school and deliver a lecture, and we come in as supervisor and we say, yes, we have delivered a good lecture. That's not a practical orientation of teacher education. We need to understand that in every content teacher education program, again I'm sure that pre-service and service.
Sir, please
absolutely practical oriented. Even if you know psychology, this is my almost second last slide.
Sir, please sum up.
The practical orientation of teacher education curriculum is required, and that availability of wide variety of subjects in teacher education program. That means the way we evaluate the performance of the teacher trainee, that has to be taken care of. Another point, last point, is about the task-oriented teacher education curriculum. We have, and today we have only the content-oriented teacher education curriculum, but we have to go for the competencies and commitment-based teacher education curriculum. That's what actually.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot, sir.
I would like to thank Professor Jayant Mate, Professor in Education of Kalyani, Noida, West Bengal. Sir give us a very comprehensive ideas on teacher education process before independence and dependence after independence in India. I would like to thank Professor J.N. Balia, Head Department of Educational Studies, Central University of Jammu, for sharing insight thoughts on transforming teacher education to integrate multidisciplinary interlinked teacher education program that is 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. He also discussed how to ensure integration of multidisciplinary in teacher education. Thank you, sir, and thank you all participants. It was a great pleasure to listen you a world of wisdom. I also thank Dr. Sumandalal ma'am for organizing this plenary session. Thank you, ma'am. And now second plenary session is over. And third plenary session. Now mic is over to Dr. Rajkumari, ma'am.
Thank you, Sunita ma'am. Now I would invite Dr. Suman Dalal ma'am from a brief introduction of next speaker of today, third plenary session, Professor Manoj Kumar Saxena, Central University of Himachal Pradesh. Mic over to Dr. Suman Dalal ma'am.
Good morning to all of you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Our third session will be started by talk of Professor Manoj Kumar Saxena. Uh, Professor Saxena is currently working as Professor of Education and also campus coordinator of Dholadhar campus, one of Central University of Himachal Pradesh, honorary director of OER cell of uh, Central University of Himachal Pradesh. He has worked and head department of teacher education for almost 2 terms of 3 years. He was also Kendra for almost 4 years. He did his master's degree in commerce and education. He was awarded PhD in education from MJP Rohilkhand University, Bareilly. He is working as teacher educator for the last 24 years. He has worked as chairman team of MCT and also member of UGC Expert Committee. His areas of specialization and interest include ICT in education, teacher education, tribal education, research methodology. Under his supervision, 8 research scholars have completed their doctoral research, and at present, 8 research scholars are pursuing their doctoral research under his guidance. He is also guiding one postdoctoral fellow. He is reviewer for the prestigious Journal of State and Springer Nature. He was member of Executive Council and Chairman of School Board and Convener Board of Studies in Education. at Central University of Himachal Pradesh, Dharamshala. He is also member of the research supervisor for Himachal Pradesh. He has also completed another independent research project from ICSSR. Apart from these academic ventures, decorated as President Scouts by His Excellency the President of India in 1988, he is recipient of Rotary International's Rotary Youth Leadership Award in 1989. He has been conferred with Excellent Teacher Award 2021 by Sociological Society Himachal Pradesh. He has, to his credit, 9 research papers and articles published in journals of national and international repute. He has presented his contributions 78 papers in various national and international level seminars, conferences in India and abroad. He has delivered keynote addresses, valedictory addresses, special lectures in various different states of India. He has worked as resource person for different organizations, including UGC in various states of India. He has also served as expert in various state public service commissions and universities. He has organized several international and national conferences so far. He is life member of various associations related to teacher education in India. This is a very brief introduction of Professor Saxena, but now taking not much time, I am inviting Professor Saxena to give his, you may say, expert views on the topic challenges in implementing the recommendations of NEP 2020 in higher education. Now, mic is over to Professor Saxena.
Thank you, Madam Dalal. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Good morning, all. Thank you. Good morning, all. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam Professor Sudesh Chikara, the Registrar, Dr. Neelam Malik, Dean, Faculty of Education, Dr. Suman Dalal, our respected Professor S.T. Malhotra ji, Shri Jitendra Bharadwaj ji, the President, Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, Haryana Prant, my friend, Professor Jayant Mete and Dr. Jayan Walia, dear participants who joined us across the nation. I am thankful to Dr. Suman Dalal, who has invited me to share my views on implementation of the recommendations of NEP 2020 in higher education. With the energetic colleagues and distinguished participants who joined us across the country, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me congratulate to BPS Institute of Teacher Training and Research, BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, for organizing this online 2 days multidisciplinary international conference on journey of teacher education from Vedic era to NEP 2020. I have been asked to share my views about National Education Policy 2020 with the learned participants, and I am supposed to discuss about the challenges in implementing the recommendations of NEP in higher education. That the 29th July 2020 is a very much important date in the history of India in the second decade of this 21st century, because on this day, the country got its national education policy after almost 34 years. This policy has a long-term goal to make this policy of 21st century, which has replaced the 34 years old national education policy of 1986. And it has included various reforms to make Indian education system more contemporary and more skill-oriented. After getting the approval from Union Cabinet, it is the third major revamp in Indian education system. Before this policy, the country has seen the national education policy of 1968 during the tenure of Mrs. Indira Gandhi, and another was in 1986 during the tenure of Mr. Rajiv Gandhi. If we talk about the history of National Education Policy 2020 before getting the nod of Union Cabinet, this policy has crossed a very long way. in January 2015, the consultation process was initiated for formulation of new education policy during Madam Smriti Irani's tenure of HRD minister. On 31st October 2015, a committee was constituted under the chairmanship of Shri T.S.R. Subramaniam for the evaluation of new education policy, and the committee submitted its report to the ministry on 27th May 2016. This report was not accepted as draft NEP, but it was uploaded in public domain for some inputs for new education policy. Mind it, for new education policy. On 24 June 2017, a committee was constituted to draft the education policy under the chairmanship of former ISRO chief, Dr. K. Kasturirangan, and it was the tenure of Shri Prakash Javadekar as HRD minister. On 31st May 2019, the Kasturirangan committee had submitted its report to the ministry, and you know that this was the tenure of another HRD minister, Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank. The draft NEP was uploaded on the then MHRD website to get the suggestions from various stakeholders. After receiving almost 2.25 lakhs of suggestions and comments, discussion on important issues with the state's education secretaries, with the Central Advisory Board on Education, and meeting of different department-related parliamentary standing committees of the then HRD ministry. The policy finally approved by Union Cabinet on 29th July 2020, which was chaired by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. After getting the approval of Union Cabinet, the draft new education policy, you see that was the new education policy, not the national education policy. But when, as and when it got approval from the Union Cabinet, the draft new education policy became National Education Policy 2020. You know that this policy aims to make India a global knowledge superpower. It is a very comprehensive policy document which includes all deprived groups who were not included in the mainstream till now. In the coming times, all the groups which were left unattended will come into mainstream by taking the benefits of the national education policy. As we all know that this policy is not a law, but it is a policy document which will give direction to the Indian education system for coming many decades. And to implement various aspects of this policy, the government has to pass various acts. In the series of implementation of the recommendations of NEP, the Union Cabinet or Union Government is proactive. And you know that it is a welcome move of Union Cabinet to renaming the Ministry of Human Resource Development to Ministry of Education within 15 days of approval of NEP. And you see that this notification was made on August 14th, 2020. And it was published in Indian Official Gazette on 17th August 2020. It shows the commitment of Union government in implementing the policy. With the approval of central government, the UGC very recently on 28th July 2021 has issued a Gazette notification regarding academic banks of credit. And it is called the University Grants Commission, Establishment and Operation of Academic Bank of Credits in Higher Education, Regulation 2021. The UGC has also issued the guidelines for multiple entry and exit in academic programs offered in higher education institutions on exactly after 1 year, 29th July 2021. We'll discuss, I'll share my concern about this multiple entry and exit in academic programs a little later. As we know that Vivekananda was of the view that the education should develop intellect, build the character strong, and make the learner self-reliant. This policy also lays emphasis on the issues and talks about the holistic development of the learner and multidisciplinary education. The education should not only make the learners of strong character, moral, logical, physical, and emotional, but it should also make them employable. But here, employability does not mean that the learner should have the capabilities of getting salaried employment. It means that the learner may be able to start its own enterprises and give employments to others also, not for him, for others also. Education should have the aim to develop such citizens who should be attached with their roots. They should not, they should know about their cultural heritage and whatever is good in Bharatiya culture. Many children of our country do not know much about the country's diversity and different cultures. They do not know about many of the great personalities of our great Bharat. Therefore, it is the high time when we made aware about the diversity of the country and the culture. They should be reconnected to their roots. They should be sent for the educational tours in different parts of the country so that they will not only be familiar about the country, but it will boost the economy of that part of the country. Because if you see that the student will visit any place, they need the transportation, the accommodation, and food. And certainly it would give rise to the employment opportunities for the people of that particular part of the country. Let me share you these days, just yesterday, in my university, we are organizing national netball championship for women. And the team from BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya is also participating in our university. We have almost 600 players, women players with us, and uh, you can see that 200, around 200 coaches are there. And when so much people are there, so naturally it will give the rise to the economy of this area also. So you see, I was talking about that the students will should be reconnected to their roots. If the students will be connected to their roots in their home country, certainly after taking good education, the children will in turn to give services in the country, and maybe possible they will not serve to other countries. So they should be made aware about the best in our nature, in our country, in our cultures. You see, the policy also talks about two types of universities. One, which give equal importance to teaching and research, and it will be known as research intensive universities. And other, which will give more importance to teaching, and they also carry out researches, will be termed as teaching intensive universities. The big colleges which are involved in teaching of graduation level will be given autonomy to award degrees for which they have to meet some stringent norms. Because if they will approve or they will cross those norms, only then they will be given autonomy to award the degrees at their own. These institutions may have the option to run their educational programs through open and distance mode and through online mode, but they may start the program in such mode if they will be accredited to do so. Just before almost 10 days back, the UGC chairman has taken a meeting of the vice chancellors of central universities. And I was also very much there with my honorable vice chancellor. So he has also told that the online education will be given, the autonomy will be given to all the other universities to offer the online degree programs. But it is in the initial stage. It will take some more time to come on the platform. The higher education institutions should run their courses in mother tongue or in local language or bilingually. Such type of institutions will be asked to do so like this. The policy emphasized that all the standalone institutions will be closed in phased manner, as my preceding speaker has shared his concern. And they will be converted into the multidisciplinary higher education institutions. The policy has given importance to more holistic and multidisciplinary education in engineering discipline also, in which the arts and arts and humanities course should also be started. According to this policy, all the higher education institutions should establish the Department of Languages, Department of Music, Philosophy, Arts, Dance, Theatre Education, Math, Statistics, Sport, Translation, etc. And where these departments are already existing, these should be strengthened. The policy further stressed that all fresh PhD entrants, irrespective of their disciplines, will be required to take credit-based course in teaching, education, pedagogy, writing related to their chosen PhD subjects during their doctoral period. Exposure to pedagogical practices, designing curriculum, credible evaluation system, communication, and so on will be ensured, since many research scholars will go on become faculty to their chosen disciplines. We see that what happens when a boy or girl just passed his masters or her masters, and he cleared the net examination, he is eligible for the assistant professorship in universities and the colleges. But if you see the person who is a fresh postgraduate and got chance and has been selected for any university or college, and he is supposed to go directly to the class, what happens then? Because he do not know anything about the pedagogy, he do not know about how to translate the curriculum in the class, he do not know I mean he do not know about the classroom practices. So what happened then? He has to go to the class because he has been appointed as the assistant professor. But he will has to take the class. How he will take the class? He has two, three options to face the class. One, either he will imitate to the best or to the model teacher for him in the class, or just he will try to observe the senior teachers and he will go to the class. And third one, that is the trial and error. So now this policy when says, when recommended that every PhD student, irrespective of their discipline, will have to undergo one course of teacher education. It is a very good recommendation for the uh, uh, the higher education students. So by which the PhD program is at universities around the country will be reoriented. And I am happy to share that in my university, Central University of Himachal Pradesh, we have taken over this responsibility. The Department of Education has taken over the responsibility, and we are offering one course, pedagogy of teaching learning process, to the all the research scholars who are enrolled in the university. They are also they have taken this course, and they are supposed to clear this course also. So this is a very good recommendation of National Education Policy as far as PhD scholars are concerned. The policy envisages broad-based multidisciplinary. I got a message, sir, please conclude. If I have to conclude that I am not raised my things with you. If you need that I should conclude, how much time you will give me now?
Sir, 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, fine. So directly I'm coming to the focal point, that is multiple entry and exit options. We know that it is a very good recommendation, by very good guidelines issued by University Grants Commission, that is multiple entry and multiple and exit options. It is a very fascinating, very good guidelines given by University Grants Commission. But you see, as far as the multi-entry and exit option is concerned, we know that we are having the degree program, undergraduate degree program for 4 years. So you see, if I have, or the candidate is having the exit options at the even semesters, after 2 semesters, 4 semesters, 6 semesters, and finally degree with research or honors. You see that one has to take the degree with research or degree with honors. But for that, there is a cap. You might be knowing that if a student who is pursuing graduation, by 3 years, if he has or she has 7.5 CGPA, only then he can go for, fourth year of graduation. Otherwise, he or she has to compulsorily go out from after the third year with the graduation degree only. Not only those students will be allowed to go for fourth year. Those are having 7.5 CGPA at their at their graduation level. Only then they can go. So time is very short, so it would be difficult for me to sum up all these things. So I was supposed to raise some challenges, but I'm sorry, I don't have much time. Anyway, thank you very much. And a very important thing I should share with you that here, my university, that is Central University of Himachal Pradesh, Dharamshala, has already implemented 50% recommendations of national education policy. And if you wish to see the guidelines, go to my university's website. You will find the recommendations of my university, what we are doing here. So now I conclude with the hope that the important point must be addressed and all recommendations of national education policy will be implemented soon in letter and spirit, by which the future of our students will be brighter and the nation would become a knowledge superpower which will lead the world as it was during the Nalanda and Takshila times. At the end, I appreciate your patience, but I am sorry that I could not share my whole what I was thinking to share with the audience. And thank you very much, the organizers, especially to Dr. Suman Dalal for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing insight thought on national education policy. Sir, discuss about education also not also give students not only for physical or cognitive developments, but it is applying. It should be applied. He tells us we should provide full education to students so that they can aware and understand our culture, our system, education system, and so many more things. Multidisciplinary education is added in engineering field also. That is music, art, and so many courses are added. Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Sumandral ma'am to give brief introduction of Mallika Arjunappa, Professor Mallika Arjunappa, Head Department of Commerce and International Business, Central University of Kerala, Tejaswini Hills, Kerala. Thank you, ma'am.
Very good morning and welcome, Professor T. Mallikarjunappa, sir.
Yes, good morning,
Professor
madam.
Mallikarjunappa, sir.
Madam, my voice is audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, I just want to say a few lines regarding your introduction.
Okay,
Just
very
wait
short.
for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, I will speak in short. He has you may say, research experience and guided 20, awarded 20 PhD students under his guidance, and two have submitted and or you may say specialization are efficient market hypothesis, capital structure decisions, security analysis, capital asset pricing model, mutual funds, derivatives, single index model, arbitrage pricing model, portfolio performance, optimum portfolio, supply chain management, derivatives, opinions and futures, mergers and acquisitions, market microstructure, financing manufacturing companies, infrastructure financing, private equity, commodities market, currency market, etc. He has, you may say, a very long teaching experience of 38 years, and he has taught his master students of in the Department of Business Administration uh, and Department of Commerce at Bangalore University. And he has taught financial and post accounting, management accounting, financial management, post accounting, and so many different other specializations. He has been on the editorial board and membership and reviewer of different journals, as he is a member of editorial board AIMS International Journal of Management and Journal of Management and Public Policy, reviewed papers for AIMS International Journal of Management, Asian Academy Management, Journal of Accounting and Finance, Scopus Index Journal it is, and Vikalp Sales Publication, Journal of Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, publication, and other so many. He has administrative experience as a head of the department and of the department coordinator of different programs, director secretary, and dean, finance officer of the Bangalore University. So he has been, you may say, holds so many different administrative posts. He has visited abroad uh, and as a, you may say, visiting scholar at the Faculty of Management, Warsaw University, Warsaw, Poland, and in 1916. And he has, you may say, conferred awards as Best Researcher of the Year 2018, awarded by Professor K.P. Muralidharan, Research Students Trust, Calicut University, Calicut. Best Management Teacher in Karnataka, and is Karnataka State Level Award and awarded. He has been also awarded as, you may say, Devang Mehta Business School Award for his as best teacher in financial management. He is also awarded by AIMS International Hostel USA, and he is also awarded Fellow of AIMS International Hostel USA, Outstanding Management Research Guide, and Outstanding Management Teacher year 2009, Editor of the Year Award in 2008, Outstanding Service Award in the year 2008, Outstanding Management Researcher in the year 2008, and he has, you may say, many more other, you may say, feathers to his cap. But due to shortage of time, it is not possible to enlist all his feathers. So now, not taking so much time, I am inviting Professor Dr. T. Mallikarjunappa, Head Department of Commerce and International Business at Central University of Kerala, on the topic Perspectives of Commerce and Management Educators in Rapidly Changing World Economics, with special reference to NEP 2020. Sir, please, now mic is over to you.
Madam, how much time do I have before I proceed? How much time? And time? How much time can I take, madam? Can one of you tell, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please start.
Yeah. No, how much time?
Time, sir, approximately 25 minutes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now it is 11:15, so I can go up to 11:40, right? Okay. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning to
Yes,
all
sir.
of you. Yes. First, let me thank all of you, Professor Suman Dalal and team, for inviting me to talk to you. Since we have limited time, let me skip something that has already been spoken, multiple entry, multiple exit that has been spoken. Writing in 1967, the legendary management thinker, Professor Peter Drucker, predicted that the future societies would be the knowledge-endowed societies. He said, it's not going to be the countries which have lots of natural resources that will flourish in future. It is the societies which create knowledge, societies which accumulate knowledge, and the societies which encourage talent from all directions that are going to flourish. Now, how true his prophecy has come now. Now, if you look at the type of happenings around the world and then what has happened around the world, his prophecy has come true. It is not the resource-endowed societies like most of the Asian countries and also African countries. We have lots of resources, lots of natural resources. But in terms of creating the wealth, in terms of creating the knowledge base, and also in terms of creating the soft power, it is the societies which have emphasized on the knowledge that have been flourishing. If you take the example of the US, which has invited talents from around the world, you would see that this is the society which has flourished and thrived. Not because US had a lot of natural resources of their own, but they invited talents from around the world. India is no exception. If you look at what Indians have done in all activities, in all spheres of activities in the US, they have contributed immensely to the creation of knowledge society in the US. But why did that not happen in India? It's not that India has shortage of knowledge, but then maybe focus was something else. For a long period of time in the post-independence era, our focus was on food, and then perhaps second one was on building lots of infrastructure and maybe security also, because India did experience certain problems, security problems. So in the process of creating all these things, what India did in post-independence period is to build walls by way of enacting legislations to regulate almost all spheres of human activity. Industrial licensing was one, licenses, regulation of the education system was yet another one. And then we went on saying that it is the government which has the supreme power in almost all spheres of activity. And therefore we enacted legislations and also brought in lots of institutions to implement these legislations and started building the walls around us. The consequence of this was the knowledge that was accumulated in the individuals could not be utilized to their fullest extent. And you see the Indians going around the world, different parts of the world, and contributing to the creation of knowledge. So if you look at NEP, New Education Policy of 2020, the work started in 2019, but the policy document was approved in 2020, and therefore we call it as NEP 2020. There are a lot of positive things. I think the previous speaker was also talking about the challenges. You have lots of challenges also. Although we say that it is almost after a gap of 35, 36 years that we are coming out with an education policy, we need to ask ourselves, was there anything wrong in the education policy that has been pursued for quite a long time? In the 80s, 70s, 50s, 60s. I would say that different education policies, starting from Kothari Commission report, have immensely contributed to creation of institutions of higher learning in this country, starting from the primary education, ending up with the higher education institutions. And I would also say that it is these institutions which have stood up in the entire world. Although there are criticisms that these institutions do not figure in anywhere in 1 in 100, 1 in 200 of the world rankings, if you look at the institutional structure that India has created for the education system, starting from the primary education, ending up with the IITs and IIMs, we have come a long way. In fact, Government of India, I would say, has done really well. And the change in 2020 came in the form of recognizing the fact that the education need to be imparted in the mother tongue. That's number one. Then number two, for a long time, people were seeing this for various reasons. Children are leaving the school and they may not be able to come back. When they go through the education, let's say you go through 3-year degree and then you are not able to complete the degree, you exit after first year, you exit after second year, and earlier we already had 4-year system is not a new system. Honors system was already existing in 1970s and then 1960s, and maybe after third year you exit, and then if you do not go through the entire education, you don't get anything. You don't get any credit for what you have already learned. Therefore, NEP 2020 made a very useful recommendation that if you are exiting, after acquiring a certain types of skill sets, you should be able to get certain employment opportunities if you are seeking employment, or if you want to start your own business, and if you feel that the skill sets that you have acquired, let's say in the first year and second year, is sufficient for you to start your own enterprise, you should be able to get some type of a recognition for having undergone, say, 1 year of education, 2 semesters of education, and so many credits. And therefore, the multiple entry and then exit. You exit after first year, exit after second year, exit after third year, exit after fourth year. This has been recognized in NEP. And again, this system is prevailing elsewhere in the world. So we have incorporated something good that is prevailing in different parts of the world. The multiple entry. What is this entry? Now, my own reading of this entry is, if somebody, let's say, discontinues and then goes out after 1 year and then say works for 3 years and wants to come back, he should be able to join the second year. Or goes out after a second year and then wants to come back to the third year, he should be able to join the third year. The entire argument here is, if he has acquired certain skill sets and exits after first year and works, let's say, for 3 years, he will have tested his knowledge, tested his skill sets, and then work for 3 years. And when he comes back, he would be able to assimilate the lessons, and then he would be able to contextualize whatever is being taught, let's say in the second year, third year, and all those things. Therefore, this is recognized. So you should be able to admit him for the second year, third year, fourth year, if he comes back. The gray area here is how long you would wait for these candidates. That's one of the challenges. Would you say he should come back after 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? Now again, this coming back after 3 years, if you look at the IITs and then IIMs, they very much encourage the candidates with the work experience to enter their master's degree and also their PhD programs. We have seen that. And there is also weightage that these institutions give for the experience. Again, the argument here is the person will have brought in, accumulated the domain knowledge, will have put his domain knowledge to test, and then refined all those things. When he comes back to the educational institution, he would be able to put all these things in proper perspective, and therefore he would be a better student. That's the argument on which NEP 2020 has given this option of multiple entry and then multiple exits. Then with reference to the commerce, and then specifically titled this as perspectives for commerce and then management educators. The reason is this. The world is becoming highly volatile for various reasons. It could be political reason, it could be natural calamities, it could be, the reasons that underlie the world economies and different reasons. So the management educators and commerce educators can no longer be complacent by reading the textbooks which were written maybe even 1 year back. If you read a textbook that was written 1 year back, perhaps you would be outdated because the happenings in the economy, the happenings in trade, commerce, and then the institutions about which we teach in the schools, colleges, and also higher education institutions, they would have become outdated. The example is the current happening, let's say Russia-Ukraine war. Although Russia itself has not called that as a war, but has called that as in their own language, limited military operations. The fact remains that there is an invasion, and that has implications for the trade and commerce. The types of sanctions that the world community has imposed on Russia and removing the Russian banks from the SWIFT network, then again putting the Nord Stream 2 on suspended animation, which would have been highly cost-effective way of transmitting the gas from the Russian continent, Russia to Germany, and also the entire Europe, has been put on hold for this reason. Now, when we go through some of these developments, we need to find out that these have immediate implications. Although the war itself may be a very distant disconnect between the cost of production and then perhaps what is happening in the economy. If you look at the implications for the trade, implications for the commerce, and also for the educators, we have the currency markets becoming highly volatile, the oil market, crude oil market becoming highly volatile, and then the commodities market becoming highly volatile. As a response to all these things, we have the securities market becoming highly volatile. Therefore, the commerce and management teachers need to be up to date on this. 2020 has been talking about upgrading the skills. Now, my own reading, in the most recent time, I would say in the last 1 decade, 2 decades, starting from 2000 onwards, there has been emphasis, I would say, overemphasis on skill sets. I am slightly apprehensive about this. I'm not saying that it is bad. It is good. It is good to impart the skill sets. But simultaneously, we have to recognize the fact that creation of knowledge, conceptual knowledge, and then the theoretical knowledge, the basic foundation has to be strong, and overemphasizing on skill, relegating the knowledge aspect to the background would not augur well in the long term. I will just give one reason why I'm saying this. Skill sets, if you are talking about the skill sets, the criticism from the industry has been that the graduates who are coming out of the portals of the higher education institutions do not have the domain knowledge. And therefore, you have to emphasize on skills. Now, when they are criticizing this, I have seen some of these reports, including Narayan Murthy's criticism about how these graduates are becoming outdated in the skills and then they do not have the domain knowledge. Whose domain are we talking about? When you are imparting education in an education institution, what is the domain that we are talking about? Somebody, Agarwal, who is manning Vedanta, would say they do not have the skill sets for manning steel industry. And then maybe Ratan Tata would say that they do not have the domain knowledge for manning, let's say, Tata Motors. And Narayan Murthy will say that he doesn't have the skill sets for manning, let's say, a software company. We are not creating the graduates specifically for a specific company. What we are trying to do is we are trying to generalize, create the knowledge, create the theory, impart the theory, concepts, and then sharpen the brain of the candidates in such a way that they would be able to pick up the skill sets that are required for the specific industry groups if they have a very strong foundation. That is the basis on which the entire education system is shaped, I would say, not only in India, but also around the world. Now, overemphasis on skills will lead to the contemporary approach. That is, you are looking at what are the contemporary skills required for the contemporary society. If you are overemphasizing this, the danger is this. The knowledge that is created today, a very abstract knowledge that is created today, may not have the immediate application. It may have application maybe after 50 years, application maybe after 100 years. So if we are relegating this basic knowledge to the background, we would be devoid of this type of the basic knowledge, basic theories, and basic concepts, which may have applications maybe after 1 century. I will cite an example. I don't think a person who spoke about trigonometry in terms of the sine theta, cos theta, cot theta, tan theta, had ever imagined that one day an institution like ISRO would be using the concept of sine theta to launch the satellites from the geostationary orbit by setting at a specific angle to see that the rocket does not immediately plunge into the sea after it takes off. What is the speed at which it should be launched from the geostationary orbit? And what is the speed at which it should take off? And what is the speed that is required for these have come from the basic knowledge that has been created over decades and then centuries. If we emphasize on the contemporary skills, we would be neglecting this. So I think we should take this into consideration. Therefore, I'm again saying that it is good for us to emphasize on outcomes, but outcomes with immediate effect has certain dangers. I'm not at all saying that the student should not have the skill sets. We should impart the skill sets, but simultaneously we should not.
हाँ जी मैम जॉय की और मंजीत मंजीत हाँ तो मैं उनको सॉफ्ट कॉपी भेज देगा मंजीत वो
Vijayalakshmi, can you mute?
अगर आप कहो तो मैं क्लिक करके स्कैन करके आपको बता दूंगी यहाँ पेपर जॉय के पास कोई मेजर हो हाँ ठीक
Dr. Vijayalakshmi, can you mute?
कल सारा करवा के सेट और अलग सेट बना के ट्विन के पेपर उसके साथ हाँ जी दो
I think she is at home and then she is talking to her children. Your children, you need to mute. I think organizers can mute her. Organizers can mute her. She's at home, she is talking to her children. I think she is not hearing and therefore she is not able to mute. Okay, now, yes, all right. Okay, yes, I was just telling that overemphasis on skill would lead to contemporary, we would overemphasis on the contemporary application, and therefore we should also take care of this. Then another aspect that is emphasized in NEP 2020, again, this is applicable to all the domains, whether it is commerce management educators or all educators, is the credit transfers. Credit transfers have been existing. You have the European system of credit transfer, American system of credit transfer. NEP 2020 has in fact recognized. The entire argument for the credit transfer is the students who are able to get the best of the teachers, let's say in the entire country, they should be able to attend, let's say, a teacher who is best in a specific institution and bring in credit to their parent institution. But there are gray areas here. Maybe the challenges as we start implementing, we would understand, for example, if a person brings credits, let's say 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, and all these things, and then say that IIM Bangalore has to award the degree. Would IIM Bangalore accept this type of a credit transfer? We say that credit transfer need to be accepted, but would the institutions accept? Because there are different types of institutions. Our own NAC framework has created different grades. So if you are getting the credit, let's say from a B grade institution and then B plus grade institution, B plus plus grade institutions, A plus plus grade institution, accumulate all these things, required number of credits, because here they're not talking about the institutions. Would you go to an institution like IMB and ask the IMB, I have accumulated so much of credit, will you be awarding the master's degree to me? I have accumulated 120 credits, that is as per IMB framework, award the degree to me. So this needs to be addressed. Now to sum up, NEP 2020 had lots of recommendations, very good recommendations, I would say, recognizing the realities, and it also poses problems. The problems of implementation, problems of credit transfer, problems of a student registering in an academic bank of credit, and then encashing those credits. There are operational issues, and these issues need to be addressed. So as commerce and then management educators, we have lots of challenges because there are contemporary challenges that we need to address. That's number one. Then there are also challenges that we need to address for the future of the institutions. There are a lot of challenges that are emerging because of the applications of the technology. New technologies are coming. And as the new technologies emerge, a lot of challenges are also posed. So NEP 2020 recognizes these challenges and say that we have to have multidisciplinary approach. It is this approach which is going to keep our institutions and also education system in good stead in the long run. So with this, let me conclude, because they have given me 25 minutes. I have taken 25 minutes. If you have one or two quick questions, I don't know whether organizers have time for quick questions. I would...
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have time. We have time.
If any of the participants would like to raise any issues, you are most welcome.
I think so, sir. They all have understand what you have explained,
okay.
And
fine, madam. In that case, because in the discussion,
thank you, sir,
lots of issues
for sharing insights on creation of knowledge. Sir discuss about the new technology are coming in NEP 2020, and sir also discussed about the NEP before NEP 2020. If student exit education in mid of any course, no degree was given to students, but in NEP 2020 provision for diploma or degree to be given to the student. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Now I would like to thank Professor Manoj Kumar Saxena, Central University, Himachal Pradesh. Sir has discussed about the challenges in implementation and recommendation of NEP. Sir also discussed the multidisciplinary approach in engineering field also. I would like to thank Professor T. Department of Commerce Central University of Kerala for information on creation of knowledge and apply them among students. Thank you, sir. And thank you all participants It was a great pleasure to listen you world of wisdom. I also thank to Dr. Suman Dalal ma'am for organizing this program plenary session. Now technical session is over. Now technical session will be start. So all participants are requested to join your respective session for respective station for technical session. Technical station will be start at 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. Will be validity session. 2:30 2:30 will be a validity session and all participants attend the validity session. Attendance will be compulsory. Thank you to all.
Yeah. Thank you, madam. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mallikarjun sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you for a wonderful lecture.
Manoj Saxena, thank you. Please join your respective stations for technical session. Thank you all. Thank you each and all.
So I'll be exiting.
A wonderful session was this. Very informative session it was.
Thank you, madam. So I'll exit.
Yes, ma'am. It was a very informative session. Thank you so much, sir.
Shall I exit, madam?
Now participants join your respective station.
Thank you, madam. I am exiting now.
हेलो हेलो एडमिशन लिंक कहाँ से मिलेगा
बोला अजून काय दमादमाने खाणार रे दोनला तर असतं एक दोनला तास पिकलं काल मी नव्हतं दुपार काल दुपारपर्यंत होतं दुपारच थंड पडलं वर हा काल आवाळा नमस्कार रक्त पाडला हो रक्त चालत आहे नमस्ते सभी। चालेल. हा हा, गर्दी होती का? मी ह्याला गेलो होतो, शुक्रवारी गेलो होतो तुळजापूर. शुक्रवारी होतो. हा, लातूरला किती 2.5-3 तास लागले. 110 किलोमीटर आहे. फ्री पास काढलं का ते? हा हा, गाडी केलेलं चांगलं ते. तेवढंच बसतंय ते. आणि घरापासून निघतो, घरापर्यंत जातो. तिथं काय किरकिर नाही. पण कमी आहेत. हा, कमी आहेत, फार कमी आहेत. गाडीने गेलेलं चांगलंच असतं. कधी थोडे 100-200 रुपये जास्त गेले तर मी चालतोय. कसं वेळ फार वाचतो त्यामुळे. हे उतरा, इथून रिक्षा जरा, घरी या, ते वाट बघत बसा, हे सगळं कमी होतं ना. क्रुझर केलं होतं का? किती जण होते? किती दिवस? 2 दिवस का? हा, वन डे का? वन डे मध्ये हे करून, लातूर करून काल का? हा, तसंच तिथं जाऊन यायचं तुझी आग्रहाला काही. हा, नाही इकडं जायचं होतं किती. रामलिंग नाही, 1 दिवस लागतं त्याला. रामलिंग, कपिलदरा, कुंतलगिरी. चौदा 300 किलोमीटर घेतलं का? हे जर बी तेवढंच आहे. 43 का? 43. हा हा हा, सगळ्याला घेत बसायचं. त्यातच वेळ जाते. गाडीचं कसं टेन्शन राहत नाही. आणि परवडतंय बी सगळ्या ग्रुप मध्ये. ग्रुप पावती बघूया ऍडमिशनची. ग्रुप असलं ना, गाडी फार
रमेश सर प्लीज म्यूट कर लीजिए अपना माइक. रमेश सर अपना माइक म्यूट कर लीजिए.
हेलो हेलो रमेश सर अपना माइक म्यूट कर लीजिए प्लीज रमेश सर
स्कॉलरशिप मंजूर झाली का कुठे दाखवली मग मंजूर झालं कोण म्हणते कुठे आहे स्टेटस प्रिंट आहे का अरे यार $17,098 Thank you, Sukhdeep. पावसाळ्यात का अगोदर हा 1,000 रुपये आहेत तुझे. ईबीसीची फी जास्त आहे ना. ईबीसी फॉर्म असतं इकॉनॉमिकली बॅकवर्ड क्लास. ईबीसी लिहिलं ना फॉर्म मध्ये. ईबीसीची फी किती आहे? बीए फर्स्ट इयरला किती? ओपन म्हणजे फुल पे असते आणि ईबीसी दोन प्रकार असते. हा
आम्ही भरताना फक्त एवढेच भर म्हणजे आम्ही ईबीसी फॉर्म भरतो.
ईबीसी भरलं तरी तेवढं भरायचं आहे. फी नंतर वाढली. ते लावलंय बघ चार्ट.
भरताना पण एवढेच भर म्हणजे फॉर्म भरला ना तुम्ही पण एवढंच भरायचं
नाही वाढलंय ते फी.
आम्ही अर्धे वर्ष काढलो आणि फी वाढली. आमचे 265 रुपये भरून घ्या म्हणजे नंतर नाही देणार.
कोण म्हणले बस सरांना त्याचं ईबीसी कॅटेगरीमध्ये ऍडमिशन आहे. ईबीसी कॅटेगरीमध्ये ईबीसीला फी आहे जास्त. फी वाढली नंतर ईबीसीला BA फर्स्ट इयरला त्यांना तेच सांगितलं मी तुमची फी वाढलेली आहे 2528 आहे तरी
जेव्हा आम्ही ऍडमिशनला आलतो ना तेव्हा आम्हाला ईबीसी फॉर्म भरल्यावर 1535 रुपये मागितले आम्ही तेवढे दिलो. आता अचानक तुम्ही अर्ध सेमिस्टर आमचं झाले, मग अचानक फी वाढल्यावर कुठून
त्या ठिकाणी वाढवलं नंतर वाढलेलं आहे ना ते.
मग आता अचानक सांगितलं कुठून, अगोदरच सांगायचं ना आम्हाला.
विद्यापीठाने वाढवलंय नंतर.
पण तुम्ही अगोदर सांगायचं ना, ते आता इथं आल्यावर तुम्ही म्हणताय की
अगोदर कोण सांगायचं कोणाला?
त्यांचं काय तर कामाला आल्यावर तुम्ही कामाला सांगा.
हा कॅटेगरीला येते.
आता जे आहे ना वेगळे ते काय ते काय आता
265. अहो ते ड्यूज बघत ते मागचा विचार ते आहेत ना कॅटेगरीमध्ये ऍडमिशन घेतले किती भरणार त्यांना माहित नाही मास्टर विद्यार्थी तो राहिलेली फी भरला.
तेच आता भरायला आलोय ना
ह्याने भरला आहे मास्टर एनसीसी नाही भरला त्याने. सब्जेक्ट काय फी आहे? अरे ते तुझी फी जी आहे ना ती वाढलेली आहे, त्यामधला फरक 255 आहे. तुमची एनसीसीची फी कुठली आहे? कशाचं फी आहे ते? हा दूध घेतले मी 255 त्या मागच्या विद्यार्थी वाघमारे कोण आहे ते? दुसरा आहे का वाघमारे? तुझी पावती कॅन्सल करू का ड्यूजची? एनसीसीचं कसं काय ते देवा ते वाघमारेला बोलव.
फिर से थोड़ा कर दिया मैंने, थोड़ा ही
त्याची पावती चुकली म्हणून सांग. म्हटलं एनसीसीचं भरायचं एक्झाम आपल्याला सूचना तर काय पाहिजे माहित नसतं त्याला काय और म्हणे काय नाही उगा असं द्यायला सगळं चालू. ते जे 265 पण ते 1000 तुला भरावंच लागणार आहे. ते कधी भरतो काय तुला काय करतो ते बघ. रोल नंबर स्वामी ते स्लीप वर 200 नोट असेल. Some figures new common, some fees senior college. दोनशे 65 है ना. पहिला. स्वामी तुझे 265 गेले. झालं घ्या म्हणाले.
साधना रमनदीप कहाँ है बेटा? हाँ लंच कर लिया आप लोगों ने? लंच हो गया आपका?
अच्छा मुझे
इधर बैठो.
अदर आहे की हाँ अदर 13,158 जे सॅलरी
अंदर देखो, अंदर कमरे में है.
अदर सॅलरी 13,158 ते कन्फ्यूज होते मी. 13,158 आहे सॅलरी अकाउंटच आहे ते पण थोडं स्पष्ट होते ते. अदर सॅलरी 13,158
बेटा ऐसे नहीं है रमन.
सेल करा.
हाँ नीचे बैठोगे, बाहर नहीं जाओगे.
सेल कोण जरी इथं बसलं ना काय स्वामी 5 रुपये देऊ. 265 आहे ना त्याने आता कमी देऊ दे. 265 गुणिले 2.
अंदर बैठ.
300 दिला आता 230 दे. ते भरू देते.
क्या कर रही बेटा?
तुझं नाव काय? नंबर काय तुझा? कोण भरणार आहे तुझं? काय तुझं? पार्सिटी का? राहिलेली फी भरावं लागते बघ. 255.
चलो बेटा स्टार्ट करो, पढ़ना शुरू करो. टाइम अब लंच टाइम खत्म हो गया.
दोघांचं झालं. फोन नंबर तुझा
स्टार्ट करते हैं. मैं आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछूंगी और आप क्वेश्चन का आंसर देंगे.
पटेल 265 देवा. ते दे रे. अजून कोण आहे भरणार? अखबार आहे का? त्याला बोलवतोस मी. बोलव की त्याची पावती कॅन्सल. तुझे 35 पटेल. ते त्याला बोलव आजच्या ह्याचं, ते पावती आजच कॅन्सल होती, उद्या होत नाही. तर परत 1 महिना थांबावं लागतं पैशासाठी. तेव्हा वाघमारेला 255 भरले रे. ड्यूजचं ते फी जी वाढली ना ते भरले. आता तुला ते भरायचं आहे. तुझं आता फक्त हे घेतलं 10-15 दिवसांनी बर. हा ते चिन्मयला केलं की ते काय हो, मी अजून केलं नाही. काय बहुतेक बाहेर होतं वाटतं. तर का इथं आहे का?
Hello.
Hello.
हेलो हेलो नमस्कार सुमन जी।
Namaskar, ma'am. Sorry, I was muted. So, good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, Radhajan sir, and good afternoon, everyone.
गुड आफ्टरनून सुमन जी।
आपका नेटवर्क प्रॉब्लम है, आपका नेटवर्क चलो ऑफिशियली शुरू करो इसको।
A very good afternoon to you all. Now, I, Dr. Anu Bandhara, Assistant Professor, BPSITTR, welcome you all in the valedictory session of the International Conference on the Journey of Teacher Education from Vedic Era to New Education Policy 2020, organized by Bhagat Phool Singh Institute of Teacher Training and Research, Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Khanpur Kalan, Sonipat, in collaboration with Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, Haryana, and Global Educational Research Association. To begin with the program, I'd like to invite Miss Nisha, dear third semester student, for the Saraswati Vandana.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं निशा भगत फूल सिंह शिक्षण प्रशिक्षण एवं अनुसंधान संस्थान की छात्रा आप सभी के सामने सरस्वती वंदना का गायन कर रही हूँ। या कुंदेन्दु तुषार हार धवला या शुभ्र वस्त्रावृता या वीणा वरदंड मंडित करा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकरा प्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचार सार परिमां आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां जाड्यान्धकारा अपहाम् हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधिं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम् अर्थात
जो कुंद फूल चंद्रमा और बर्फ के हार के समान श्वेत है, जो शुभ्र वस्त्र धारण करती है, जिनके हाथ श्रेष्ठ वीणा से सुशोभित हैं, जो श्वेत कमल पर आसन ग्रहण करती हैं, ब्रह्मा विष्णु और महेश आदि देव जिनकी सदैव स्तुति कर भगवती सरस्वती, आप मेरी सारी जड़ता को हरे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Nisha. Now Mr. Jagdish will play the University Kulgeet. I now invite Miss Nisha, B.Ed third semester student, for the Dhey Mantra.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं निशा, शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण एवं अनुसंधान संस्थान की छात्रा, आप सभी के सामने ध्येय मंत्र को प्रस्तुत कर रही हूँ। तत्कर्म यन बंधाय सा विद्याया विमुक्तये आयासाय परमं कर्म विद्या अन्या शिल्प नैपुण्यम। अर्थात कर्म वही है जो बंधन में ना बांधे, विद्या वही है जो मुक्त करे, अन्य सभी कर्म निरर्थक क्रिया व अन्य सभी अध्ययन मात्र कारीगरी है। धन्यवाद।
I now invite Dr. Suman Dalal, Dean Faculty of Education and Chairperson, BPSITTR, welcome speech.
Respected Professor Haryana, India, and Mahila Prakalp Pramukh Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, India, Professor Dr. Radheshyam Pradhanji, Central Department of Management, Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu, Nepal, my dear Dr. Veena Rani, Dr. Priya, Dr. Anu Balara, Dr. Sarla, and my other dear distinguished guests and participants. Pranam, Sat Shri Akal, Adab, and good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of Institute of Training and Research, Tulsi Mahila Vishwavidyalaya Khanpur Kala. I am very pleased to welcome all of you, the guests and participants from India and abroad in this 2 days international conference on the valedictory session. First of all, I want welcome Professor Vinay Kapoor ma'am with anticipation in my heart and warmth in my eyes. I just want to say that she is a noble and you may say ideal teacher, educationist, and an administrator. As a teacher or as a educationist, she has proven her worth, and due to that, you may say, government of Haryana has gave her responsibility of Vice Chancellor of National Law University, right Haryana, where she has also proved that women are no less than any male administrator, and she started. She was the first vice chancellor of that university, and she. You may say started from zero, because when Madam took over the charge of vice chancellor, there was nothing, not even a single room or single brick was there. All the works were done by Madam Mehra, and nowadays it is a full-fledged and well developed university, and that is all due to Professor Vinay Kapoor Mehra ma'am. Really a drastic change in the world. Yes, ma'am, your efforts are, you may say, true example of this and you have organized so many educational events over there, and in some of the events even I went there, and really the organization of those events was really wonderful, where you called upon national and international educationist administrators, and you are a real, you may say, role model for all ladies. You are, you may say, uh, uh, even each and every woman may inspire from you. Even I myself also very much inspired by your personality, your efforts, your, you may say, way of doing different, you may say, works. Even I have observed you. I have, you may say, inspired you in the activities which you have performed in the Mahila Prakalp, as of so many different activities you have organized there for the, you may say, empowerment of women, and you are a true role model of all women. From all of my heart, I welcome you, ma'am, in our this conference. Next, I want to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Radhesham Pradhanji, from Central Department of Management. And I'm really thankful that he has spared his valuable time from his busy schedule, though he has so many academic and administrative responsibilities over there. And a few days before he has, has been here in BPSMV and India. So from India, generous to us that he agrees, and I express my gratitude towards him that he glorify our event with his presence, and he delighted just to have been among us. A hearty welcome to you, sir. I welcome all other participants, my dear friends, and my colleagues here who have joined this valedictory session. I welcome each and everyone in this valedictory. Now, mic is over to Dr. Amno.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words and extending a hearty welcome to all. Now I invite Dr. Sarla Rani, Assistant Professor, BPSITTR, for giving a brief report about the international conference.
Thank you, Dr. Annu. Good afternoon, all of you. I, Dr. Sarla, Assistant Professor, BPS ITTR Kanpur Kala. It is a great opportunity for me today. I am here to give the brief report of International Conference on Journey of Teacher Education from Vedic Era to NEP 2020, organized with the collaboration of Institute of Teacher Training and Research, Bhagat Pur Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal and Global Educational Research Association was in which conference total 618 participants got registered, and Professor Sudesh, Vice Chancellor BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya Kanpur Kala, gave presidential address. She threw light on Vedic education system. She also said that the National Education Policy 2020 has been prepared in the light of the rich tradition, Vedic knowledge, and insight Indian thought. In this policy, every effort has been made to make teachers more competent. The vision of this policy is to develop an education system developed from Indian values, which can transform India into a vibrant and equitable knowledge society by providing higher quality education and making India a global knowledge superpower. Dr. Suman Dalal, Chairperson and Dean Faculty of Education, delivered the welcome address. She made all the participants acquainted with the glorious history of the university, the functioning of Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal and Global Education Research Association institutions. Our chief guest, Dr. Panchanatham, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University, Chennai, said that the Indian knowledge tradition is a symbol of unique knowledge and wisdom. The education system of inside time encourages humanity, knowledge, traditions, and practices. National Education Policy 2020 is the first education policy of 21st century, which aims to meet the essential requirements for the development of our country and achieve the aspirations goals for 21st century education. And our keynote speaker in inaugural session, Professor Manjula, former Dean Faculty of Education, University of Columbia, Sri Lanka, in her keynote said that the full development of the student is not achieved by studying the concerned subject alone. But for full development it is a necessary for students to have knowledge of arts, physical education, vocational education, and competitive examination as well. And the role of teacher education is crucial in producing teachers who shape the next generation. Next, our guest of honor, Jitendra Bhardwaj ji, President Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal Haryana, Pran, said that the importance of Guru has been shown in the country since the age of Rishi. A Guru is called a Guru because he removes ignorance from the darkness of knowledge. That is the one who removes the darkness and leads towards a light is called Guru, and Guru is considered like God. And there are, in the first day, 20th March, there were three plenary sessions on different topics. In the first plenary session held on 20th March, and there were three panelists. Dr. Suman Dalal, Chairperson, Dean and Faculty of Education, introduced the panelists and pointed out the purpose of the session was to touch every aspect of the teacher education from Vedic era to NEP 2020. In our first plenary sessions, Professor Nagendra Singh, Dean of Education Faculty and Convener, Board of Studies, MDSU Ajmer, he said that Indian culture, often labeled as a combination of several cultures, has been influenced by a history that is several million old, beginning with the Indus Valley civilization and other early cultures area. Teachers serve education, which is an effective instrument of man making. He said that we should introspect ourselves and try to find out the answer to these questions, what we want to be and what we are coming. In our next panelist, Professor Shard Sinha, uh, said the teachers have several continuous opportunity for self-improvement and to learn the latest innovations and advance in their professions. And these are offered in multiple modes and including in the form of local, regional, state, or national and international workshop, as well as online teachers development modules. She also gave necessary information related to Diksha and Nishtha online learning platforms for teachers. And teachers have access to aids like lesson plans, worksheets, and activities to create enjoyable classroom experiences. And our third panelist in first plenary session, Professor Subhash Chandra Roy, said that one should know about the uh, Professor Subhash Chandra Roy, former Dean of Instructions, Northeast Regional Institute of Education, Raivoi, Meghalaya. He shared that teacher education is vital, creating a pool of school teachers that will shape the next generation. And as a teacher is the heart of entire education process. The national education policy also recognizes and identifies teachers and faculty as the heart of the learning process. And NEP 2020 recognized that teachers will require training in high quality content as well as pedagogy. And there were two technical sessions with 20 stations in the first day of the conference. The technical session first was held with 11 stations, and the session was chaired by 11 distinguished personalities named Dr. R. Muthulakshmi, Associate Professor, Tamil Nadu; Dr. Himanshu, Associate Professor, Himachal Pradesh University, Simla; Dr. Pooja Walia, Assistant Professor, Mizoram University; and Dr. Aruna Anchal, Professor, Dean and Head, BMU Rohtak; and Dr. Arvind Gill, Associate Professor, Maharaja Surjmal College of Education, Delhi; and Dr. Punit Wali, Assistant Professor, NC College of Education, Israna; and Dr. Ashok Verma, Dr. Rampal, Dr. Veena Himanshu Sharma, and Dr. Kritika and Dr. Geeta Fogat from different departments of BPSMV, and various faculty members and research scholars from universities of India and abroad presented paper on various themes and sub-themes of the conference. In the next day 21st March, secondary plenary session. There were two plenary sessions on the second day of conference. In the second plenary session held on date 21st March, Dr. Suman Dalal, Chairperson, Dean and Faculty of Education, BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Sonipat, Haryana, introduced the panelists and pointed out the purpose of the session to the participants. And our panelist is Professor Jayante Mehte, Professor in Education, University of Kalyani, West Bengal, said that the India gained its independence from the British rule. The Indian education system, previously accessible only the elite, became available for the entire society. And our next panelist, Dr. J.N. Balia, Head Department of Educational Studies, Central University of Jammu, discussed the concept of multidisciplinary and holistic education. NEP 2020 offers an integrated and flexible approach to education and provide end-to-end educational roadmap for the country. They introducing a multidisciplinary institute will lead to renovate focus on every field such as arts, humanities, and this form of education will help the students to learn and grow holistically. The student will be equipped with stronger knowledge base. And our third plenary sessions. There were two plenary sessions on the second day conference. In the third plenary session held on 21st March, and Dr. Suman Dalal, Chairperson, Dean and Faculty of Education, BPSMV, introduced the panelists and pointed out the purpose of the session. Our first panelist, Professor Manoj Saxena, Professor, Central University of Himachal Pradesh, gives their view on challenging in implementing the recommendations of NEP 2020 in higher educations. He said that the year of 2020 marked a major positive breakthrough in the form of the National Education Policy 2020. Next, our panelist, Dr. T. Mallikarjunappa, Head of Department of Commerce and International Business, Central University of Kerala, gave their views on perspective of commerce and management education in rapidly changes world economics with a special reference to NEP 2020. It is important, he also gave their address to changing needs to students and society as the change over time. It is important to keep up the current trends in education since what is currently acceptable to the best way to teach student. In the end, I would like to say that this two-day international conference must have proved benefit to all the participants and our teachers, academicians. And thank you very much. And mic over to Dr. Thank you, Dr. Sarla.
Thank you, Dr. Sarla, for presenting a very lucid report of the 2 days online international conference.
I now
I
invite
invite
Dr.
Dr. Reena Nani, Assistant Professor, BPSITTR, for the introduction of the keynote speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Anu, for giving me this opportunity to all. Today, it is a great pleasure for me to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Radheshyam Pradhanji. Radheshyam Pradhanji is currently as an academic director in the Uniglobe College, Kathmandu, Nepal. Sir has also completed a master degree in business administration and commerce from the Kirtipur University in 1974. Professor Pradhanji is completed a one-year course under Faculty Development Program at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad in 1979-80. Sir has also completed his PhD from the Delhi University in 1986. Sir has also visiting Fulbright faculty to College of Business, Florida State University, USA in 1992 to January 1993. Sir has also delivered as a guest lecturers in the so many types of colleges in the abroad as well as in the Nepal. University of Hong Kong in July 1996 and also at Tokyo, Japan University in September 2000 to January 2001. Sir has also took classes in the postgraduate Department of Commerce, Utkal University, Bhubaneswar in India in 2002. Professor Pradhanji delivered so many lectures in the Department of International Relations, University of Warsaw, Poland in November 2013. Professor Pradhanji published 136 articles in the different national and international journal, along with the different published 13 book also published by Professor Pradhanji. Sir has also supervised about 24 of PhD dissertation of the universities in Nepal and in India. Sir has also served as a keynote speaker, chief guest, guest of honor, and a resource person in 95 international seminars as well as conferences. Professor Pradhanji worked as a consultant in 33 projects funded by national and international organizations like UNDP, ADP, and World Bank. Sir is also serving as a member, PhD Research Committee, member of Pokhara University, as a subject expert in the University of Management. Sir also is the chief editor in the Nepali Journal of Management and as a life member in the Alumni Association of Nepal. Sir is also listed in Who's Who in Nepal, Financial Management Association, Directory of Members USA, and visiting full-time scholar and occasional lectures 92-93 Directory USA. Before, along with the sir also visited so many abroad countries like Republic, China, France, Germany, Hungary, being as an academician. So again, thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation as a keynote speaker in this international conference.
Thank you, Dr. Meena. I now hand over the mic to Dr. Anju.
Thank you, ma'am. It is a matter of great honor to invite our keynote speaker of the two-day international conference, Professor Radheshyam Pradhanji, Department of Management, Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu, Nepal, for the keynote address.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
thank
sir.
you. Some say Congress Party Jindabad, others say Communist Party Jindabad, but I am here to say BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya Jindabad. I am here to say Institute of Teacher Training and Research Jindabad. The Vice Honorable and respected Vice Chancellor of this great university, respected Dr. Suman Dalal, Dean, Faculty of Education, Chairperson of Institute of Teacher Training, and the other distinguished personalities who are present in this valedictory session, and the other participants, including students. Some may celebrate happy birthday, others may celebrate happy Valentine's Day, but I am here to celebrate happy International Conference Day, that also happy valedictory day. Very good afternoon to all of you, and my namaskar and my pranam to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon. And please accept my hearty greetings from Nepal, Central Department of Management, Tribhuvan University, where I served for 40 years and then got retired 7 years ago. Now I am serving as academic director in Uniglobe College. And thank you, Suman ma'am, for giving me this kind of opportunity. And I feel quite grateful to you. I feel and I always enjoy meeting the distinguished professors from India, and I always enjoy and I always learn useful lessons from the great Indian professors. Indian professors have contributed in the development of education in Nepal, which we can never forget. I would like to congratulate organizers of this international conference, that also on a very important topic, very relevant topic. And listening to the rapporteur's report, I really enjoyed. And what a grand international conference is this. I really I feel the first day program of this great international conference. I have developed a very special relationship with this Mahila Biswavidyalaya because I came to this university 7 years ago in one of the international conferences organized by Department of Economics. Then I was there in your university just 10 days ago, and I brought 36 students from Uniglove College who gave presentation in international conference, and I took around your beautiful university, but I did not realize, I did not come to know that there is something like Institute of Teacher Training and Research. Now that I have come to know about this institute, I really miss this institute so much. Now, if God is willing, when I will visit this Mahila Biswavidyalaya again, I will definitely enter into this Institute of Teacher Training and Research. And such a beautiful institute, such a useful institute. I am repenting how I missed visiting this institute so much, and I missed the degrees of this great institute, including Suman ma'am. I really missed you all. But thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. At least I could meet you all online. So you have organized this international conference. How highlight is the art. You become Institute of Teacher Training and Research, higher than the sky, wider than the earth. So this is how I would like to put it. And now that you have given me this opportunity, now it's your turn to come to Kathmandu. Uniglove College organizes international conference every year. So I would like to invite you all in our international conference. Now this year's international conference is very near. So April 6 and 7, it is 2 days international conference we are organizing. If you can make it, you are more than welcome. If you cannot make it this time, surely next time, next March, please make it convenient to attend our international conference. And this is such a conference you will definitely enjoy. We have cultural program, we have half-day sightseeing for foreign visitors. So please keep this thing in mind, and I am there to welcome you all in our international conference. Now with this brief, let me share my slide. My slide is visible, ma'am.
Sir, it is not visible to us. Your screen is not visible to us, sir.
Not visible? Okay, I will do it again. Is it visible now?
Yes,
no,
sir.
It is visible now, sir.
Visible or not
Your
visible?
screen.
Sorry?
Visible, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. So let me tell you something about trends sweeping through today's business education, a need for teacher training and research. And I am wondering if your institution can also play some role in educating our business teacher. Now, business education is one discipline of higher education where students are taught to be business leaders, directors, managers, executives, professors. So, we are here to produce these big people. Professional programs such as business, education, medicine, law, and so on share common characteristics of wedding theory and practice. So, be it a case of education, medicine, law, we find that there is a big gap between theory and practice. Whatever we teach in the classroom, many of them are not put into the practice. For many managers, bridge between classroom-based business education and work itself is one they find difficult to cross. So it means that road from campus to corporate is very rough. Road from campus to corporate is very difficult. But let me tell you all that corporates are not looking for cream of people, but corporates are looking for the ones who have eagerness to learn, who have eagerness to achieve more and more progress. Rather than using lectures, assessments, and case study discussions, the workplace itself should become more an integral part of the learning experience. Our emphasis should be on helping managers to consider new knowledge, adapt it to their context, and put it to use effectively and quickly. Now, I am showing some of the photographs of Kathmandu and outside Kathmandu so that I can arouse interest among all of you to visit Kathmandu to attend our international conference. Ours is not so much a problem of underdevelopment, but I would say it's under management. So later directly causing and contributing to the former. As a result, under management led us to be less competitive in the global economy. Underperformance of business education is in no way a national or regional issue alone. There are critical questions about value addition role of business education. So how much value addition we are able to make in our education has become a very serious issue. Dissatisfaction with the ability of business education to provide relevant training and skills for students surfaced much earlier. There have been increasing calls for reform in the way of business education is designed and delivered. The growth has been more in number and less in quality. Business education has been more commercial than professional and academic. This is the irony of the growth of management education taking a quantitative leap with qualitative lapse. Frequently, it is complained that our graduates lack necessary management and communication skills needed to manage business education. So this shows the importance of teacher training in business education. On research, academia is unresponsive to complex problems faced by business. So practitioners are going towards the east, but academia is going towards the west. So academia, it is frequently complained that academia is not able to contribute to solve the problems faced by the business. So major concerns of business sector are not adequately addressed by academia. So this is the frequent complaint, frequent blame we get. academic research have little relevance for business managers. So this is what business managers feel at the moment. So that means we are not able to do a very useful research relevant to our business managers. Therefore, I have come up with some reform agenda in order for institutional development of management education and for high quality and globally competitive management education. The first is macro policy formulation with the participation of the state and industry for development and operation of management schools. Second, we must have close collaboration with business, industry, development, and state sectors in terms of deciding agenda and approach of business education in the national context in view of its globalized scope. The third is institutional capacity development, which is so much lacking. In terms of clear ideology of management education, value proposition of management schools, academic and institutional management strategies, market and business linkage, resource generation, and professional systems development. Then fourth is restructuring of curricula with emphasis on analytical, entrepreneurial, leadership, and other soft managerial skills and professional and social values, attitudes, and beliefs of managers as practitioners of a respectable profession. Fifth is pedagogic reorientation of the delivery of education with more focus on analytical and problem solving for their productive and innovative contributions. Sixth is upgrading of research, consulting, and management training capacity and activities and their integration with management education. Seventh is faculty development through rigorous recruitment and selection, as well as continuous education and experience processes coupled with strenuous performance management practices to evaluate their productive and innovative contributions. Then, eight, resource pooling and sharing through collaborative frameworks and actions between and among universities within the country and on the national level. So these are the references I have used while preparing this slide. So now with this, I would like to say that these days everybody is champion. He is champion, he is champion, she is champion, she is champion, because every one of us knows how to operate a desktop, how to operate laptop, and how to surf in internet, how to surf in website, how to operate emails. So everybody is champion, but I would like to say that simply by becoming a champion is not enough. We need to become champion of the champions. And I believe that this international conference is directed towards that end. So congratulations once again on organizing this kind of conference. And let me tell you one story before I leave. Once a bird asked honeybee, you make honey after so much of hard work. You make honey after so much of hard work, and human beings come and steal your honey away. Human beings come and steal your honey away. Don't you feel bad? Then honeybee gave a very nice answer. Human beings can come and steal my honey away, but they cannot steal my talent of making honey. So I think this international conference is directed the talent of each and every one of us. So once again, congratulations to the organizers of this kind of conference. And COVID-19 has created so much of problem to the mankind. But I would say that COVID-19 has not changed the fundamentals, but accelerated the change. So ability to deal with the change has gone more important. So I think this is the major lesson we learned from COVID-19. Now, at the end, one day I might die. One day I might die without saying goodbye to you all, without saying goodbye to you all, but I will never forget to say, thank you, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Now, at the end, let me tell you one thing. Please don't get angry, okay? For the sake of your sweetheart. The thing is that, can you just listen to my 2 lines and give a big like in Facebook? The thing is that, let us do something in our life. Let us try to do something in our life so that people will search our name, not in the Facebook, but in the Google. So with this, I would like to conclude and I would like to take leave. Suman ma'am, thank you again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much. If anybody has any question, I am here to answer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for enlightening us with your valuable thoughts. Sir, beautifully focused on practice of all types of educations or educational practices and focused on that workplace can be used for practice. Sir, focused on need of value education in business education, qualitative labs in education, and focused on restructuring of curriculum and upgradation of research areas. Sir, thank you for very much for sharing this valuable information with us. And sure, sir, we will soon meet in a big platform like this international conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Suman Dalal, Dean Faculty of Education and Chairperson, BPSITTR, for the introduction of the chief guest of the international conference.
Respected Honorable Professor Dr. Vinay Kapoor Mehraji, former Vice Chancellor Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Law University, Rai Sonipat, and Mahila Prakalp Pramukh Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, India. She has a very vast experience of teaching and administration. She has more than 25 years experience of teaching and more than 25 years of experience of research. Her areas of research are women and law, family law, and human rights. She has guided 7 PhD scholars, and she has supervised 50 LLM dissertation students in LLM dissertation, and she has supervised 60 term papers. She was always meritorious from his student life till date, always ahead of all others. And in her student life, in metric or BA part 2, 3, and she was second in the university in LLM and MA Public Administration. She was first, and she was first in PG Diploma in Human Empowerment and Development. In total, she has participated in workshops and seminars, conferences, around about 100 conferences or workshops. And she has been a resource person of guest speaker in seminars or conferences in 30. And in she has participated in different training programs or workshops in 8. And this is her participation and as a resource person. But besides this, she has research publication to her credit also. She has published one book, and she has published 36 articles in national and international journals, and she reviews around about 10 publications, especially in the field of law. And she has presented papers in different national, international, regional conferences, 5 in international conferences, 36 in national conferences, 12 in regional conferences, and total her presentation is 53. And she has academic assignments. So assignments. She has been the professor and head of the law department, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, Dean Faculty of Laws, Punjab Technical University, and she has been the State Information Commissioner, Punjab State at Chandigarh, and she has been the member of G&D Guru Nanak Dev University syndicate as Punjab government nominee from 2013 to 14. She has been the member of Guru Nanak Dev University Senate as Punjab government nominee from 2008 to 10 and 10 to 12, 3 different terms. And she was the member on the board of Juvenile Justice Board as in the Ministry of Child and Women Empowerment as a member in the Punjab government from 2017 for 6 years in 2 terms. And as I told in my welcome speech, that she is a a wonderful administrator, and if you have to see her administrative skills, then I request of all of you just visit B.R. Ambedkar National Law University at Sonipat. You will see his her skills, her potential, her administrative capabilities, and her dedication to work. All these things you will see, and she is the true inspiration to all of us, all women. And rather, there are rare examples that male can do such, work with high speed, high potential, and she is the lady. She did all that. She is really role model for the society. She did a lot, countless work for the upliftment of women, just to, aware women about their, not only about their duties, rather about their rights, how they can make advantage of the our constitution, our laws. She has did commendable work in the field of society also. So kudos to her. And now I again welcome you and switch my mic to Dr. Anju.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing such a graceful introduction and achievement of our chief guest with us. It is my honor to invite two chief guests of the international conference, Professor Mrs. Vinay Kapoor Mehra, former Vice Chancellor, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, National Law University, Rai, Sonipat, Haryana, and Mahila Parkal Pramukh, Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, for the address.
Thank you, Anjuji, and thank you, Dr. Suman, for talking too much about me. It's a really nice on your part. So first of all, I congratulate your Vice Chancellor, Mrs. Chikara, for organizing such an international event with the keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Adesham from Nepal. So whole organizing team needs applause for this event, this mega event. I just want to say that as a teacher, we always think that I am a student of this subject. Because once we start thinking that I'm teacher, so I can teach, I know everything, we stop learning. And teacher is a teacher for 24 hours. I used to say that everyone is watching us. All eyes are on us. So we have to walk, we have to behave in such a manner that somewhere some student is watching us. So we have to be the role models. So far as Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal is concerned, I've been associated with this and I has been instrumental for the new education policy when it was being framed. Then we also organized so many functions, so many seminars along with AICT, ICSSR, UGC throughout the country to make the people aware what is NEP. Once the awareness part was over, we start that how we can implement this education policy. And functions, so many seminars, so many symposium, I'm very much clear that the success of this NEP depends on the teachers who are the real nation builders. Whenever there is a change in the society, change in the system, it is always through the philosopher, through the teachers. Maybe it is Rousseau, maybe it is Chanakya, maybe it is Swami Ram Krishna Paramhans or Swami Ram Tirath. So all have been teachers in their life, and they were the true teachers because they know what is their role. Just we join the teaching profession for earning, that will not be the true service to the society or the nation. Our mission should be that we have to be the catalyst for the change, for the positive change in the society. And for that, we have to develop ourselves daily. So we know that one of our Purusharth is Swadhyay. So we have to introspect ourselves, how far we have come and how much journey is still left to improve ourselves, to be a good human being. So whatever role is given, whether we are at a school level or at the college level or at the university, whatever designation may be given to us, assistant professor, associate professor, or primary teacher, we are the nation builders. We have to realize our mission and goal. And for this, regular improvement is required. We have to make certain change in our curriculum. And when we are at the university level, there is a lot of space for the teacher that they can every year make changes in the curriculum, which is required for the change in the society, for the change in the attitude of the students. And we can also make them participants in the syllabus making. So since I had a new university, so I got ample opportunity to introduce new ideas in the curriculum. So mine was the first NLU where we introduced Hindi and Sanskrit, because we know that our whole literature, whole knowledge in Sanskrit, all Samritis, Shrutis, Shastras, they are in Sanskrit. And if we are not know Sanskrit, we cannot know our real knowledge sources. So that was my, you can say, humble effort to make the students aware that there's a lot of knowledge in Sanskrit. So we just introduced Sanskrit in one semester. But there was a planning to establish Center for Excellence where we had to research on various Samritis, beginning with Brihaspati Samriti. Now, Madam Suman was telling her that I have been given different assignment. I have always taken each assignment as a challenge. So this as a also take as a challenge, and I never thought that I was a vice chancellor. I thought that I have been given a responsibility to start a university in the state of Haryana, and I have to take it among 5 top. And I'm happy that with the term of 3 years, I could take it from 24th to the 12th position. And I hope that in the coming years, this university will make its place in the first 5 top universities, because we have done 12 MOUs with the national and international universities. The thing is, you keep on trying, you keep on making new innovations. I used to take new ideas to the class. For that, I had to read the newspaper. So all the teachers, all the participants of this international seminar will acknowledge that today's students are far ahead from us, because Google have made them aware about each and everything. But one thing is clear, that there may not be conceptual clarity to them. And that is made only by the presence of a teacher. So this journey of the teacher from assistant professor to professor is a hard journey. But with our sincere efforts, with the slowly and steadily steps, we can make it, and we can left an image on the minds of our students. We can empower them with our thoughts and also with our actions. With these words, I again thanks Dr. Suman for inviting me as a chief guest for this wonderful event with lot of people from throughout country as well as from abroad. I wish success to all the participants in the near future. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for sharing precious knowledge and sparing your valuable time and gracing this event as a chief guest. Ma'am, you told us about the duties and responsibilities of a teacher to implement NEP 2020. There must be focus on Sanskrit for getting vast knowledge. It is true, ma'am. Thank you again, ma'am, for being here. We are glad to see here. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you once again, Dr. Anju.
There is an important information and announcement for all the participants that we will issue your e-certificate of this international conference that, within 1 week. Dr. Assistant Professor ITTR for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Anju. A warm and graceful afternoon to one and all present here in this valedictory session. It's my privilege to propose a formal vote of thanks and acknowledge the contribution of those who helped us in organizing this 2 days international conference on the theme Teacher Education from Vedic Era to NEP 2020. I, Dr. Priya Dhingra, Assistant Professor, BPSITTR, on behalf of the Institute of Teachers Training and Research and the entire fraternity of the university, first of all, extend my most hearty vote of thanks to the patron-in-chief of the conference, Honorable Professor Sudesh, Vice Chancellor, Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, who spared time from her busy schedule. Madam, your constant help and guidance radiated a source of energy within us. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to express our profound gratitude to Professor Dr. Vinay Kapoor Mehra ji, former Vice Chancellor Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Law University Sonipat and Akhil Bharatiya Mahila Parkal Pramukh Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal for being with us and taking out time amidst of a very busy schedule. Your talk has worked as a steering point to ponder upon various important issues discussed by you. You kept all of us amused with your deep insights on the conference topic. Thank you, ma'am. My thanks and appreciation to Professor Radhesham Pradhan Ji, Keynote Speaker of the Day, presently Academic Director, Uniglobe College, Tokyo University, Kathmandu, Nepal, for sharing your vast knowledge and lighting us through your thought-provoking deliberation and for your warm invitation to Kathmandu. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Professor S.P. Mlotra Ji, President GERA, for various help we received from him towards this conference. I mention my deepest sense of appreciation and thanks to Dr. Neelam Malik Ji, Registrar BPSMV, for her constant support. Thank you, ma'am, for being a source of motivation for all of us. No event can take shape without a hard-working leader. So I would like to thank the torchbearer of this event, Dean Faculty of Education and Chairperson, BPS Institute of Teachers Training and Research, Dr. Suman Dalal Ji, for leading and inspiring us in working towards the goal of conducting this international conference. I am happy to express vote of thanks to all the deans and heads of department, speakers, for their gracious presence in this event. Above and beyond, let's not forget the backbone of this event, the teaching and the non-teaching staff of the Institute of Teachers Training and Research, who went an entire mile and worked really hard day and night for this event. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the volunteer students for being available all the time whenever required. And finally, the most special thanks to the wonderful audience and participants who have turned up not only from India, but from abroad also. Let me again repeat my gratitude towards you all. Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Anju.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Ms. Nisha, student of B.Ed third semester, for the Kalyan Mantra.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं निशा भगत फूल सिंह, शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण एवं अनुसंधान संस्थान की छात्रा, आप सभी के सामने कल्याण मंत्र प्रस्तुत कर रही हूँ। ओम सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। ओम शांति शांति शांति, अर्थात सभी सुखी हो, सभी रोग मुक्त रहे, सभी का जीवन मंगलमय बने और कोई भी दुख का भागी न बने। हे भगवान, हमें ऐसा वरदान दीजिए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Nisha. Now I request all our dignitaries, esteemed faculty members, research scholars, and all our participants from India and abroad to please stand up for the national anthem.
हिमाचल यमुना गंगा चंचल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Once again, thank you.
Participants and paper presenters will receive their certificates within 1 week, and till then have patience. And नमस्कार एक बार सभी को, विनय मैम को नमस्कार, राधेश्याम सर को नमस्कार, सभी को जो भी हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं नमस्कार, बाय बाय. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
नमस्कार मैम, थैंक यू.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
हेलो हम सेशन ओवर होगा क्या क्या बनाएंगे मैम कोई इशू नहीं है मैम मैं तो इसलिए पूछ रहा था ना कि रिकॉर्डिंग फिर ऑफ करने के लिए ओके उनके लिए दोनों काम करेंगे मैम बिल करा रहे हैं मैम वही कह रहा हूँ आज कर देंगे मैम बिल देंगे ओके